To co, słychać ten mikrofon, czy... And our, yeah, can you... Oh, oops. Yeah, exactly. I will change. I prefer this one, I think. Okay, so I think that we can slowly start. And I haven't mentioned, but I sent you the email that when we switch Polish for the last speech, you have to choose the language in Zoom for translation. And I didn't ask if you are going to read or rather speak. Rather speak, I think.
Rather speak, I do something like a mixture. I have something written on paper.
Okay, because if you would like to read, please do it slowly because our interpretation needs time to to translate. I think that we can officially start, and welcome for the next day of our exhibition, Women at the Academy of Fine Arts. And today we start together with our international guests who are in Vienna. They are from the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. And maybe I will say a word about this connection because it's very important also from the perspective of our exhibition. So we keep this connection for both for the exhibition, which is now presented at the Aula Gallery at the Academy of Fine Arts in Gdańsk, and also here for the conference. And the contact was made 2 years ago when I was a researcher at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna, and I did a research about a woman artist, Teresa Fyodorovna Ries, who was Jewish, and Austrian artist who was Jewish. She was also an extraordinary woman, but she couldn't study at the academy in that time. It was before even before the First World War, and so she took private lessons and at one of the professors from the academy. And then I met Simone Bader and Valerie Habsburg, and we started to research together. I would like to mention as well about the great role of Marina Grzinic, who was my supervisor in that time, and Marina will also join us for the last panel of today. And so I thought that it's a good idea to remind that women can study for 100 years at the Academy of Fine Arts, we can say in general. And it's also good to compare these two universities, Vienna Academy, which is very old, about 300 years old, and our academy, which comparing to this to this age is rather new. It's about 75 years. And it was founded, these academies were founded in two different realities. Our Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna was founded in completely different reality and during the empire and Austrian-Hungarian Empire, and our academy was founded as a school of visual art or higher school of visual art just after the war, the Second World War, during, let's say, the beginning of communist regime. Maybe it was not that clear at the beginning, but it was such a condition for founding of this academy. So there were two different realities, and of course at our academy, women could study from the very beginning, but it doesn't mean that they didn't face any troubles. And at the beginning, maybe the professors were treated more like partners, but then it changed. And of course, we can observe that we have a lot of women students at the academies now. In the past, they couldn't study, then they were the half of the students. And now we have a lot of women students, but in Poland, it's not the same in the case of professors, in the case of women professors. So we can talk also about this issue. And I also invited for this panel Iwona Demko from the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow, who is very much involved in remembering of women presence in history, in art history, and also in the academy. So I think that, this academy in Krakow is the oldest one in Poland. So I think that it will be the very interesting conversation. And now I would like to introduce our first speakers, Simone Bader and Jakob Kramerich. Simone Bade is a visual artist, and she teaches video at the Vienna Academy, but she is also curator, and as you see here, co-editor of the book Spezialschule, that's a special school. This was the school for sculptors, for Master of Sculpture, founded at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. And Jakob is a historian, and he is also interested in media art. And they both will introduce us this publication and also the way how it was prepared, because I think that it's very interesting approach and very interesting way to think about the history, and also it shows how we can work with history and how we can prepare also the critical point of view. And in this book, there is also a chapter about women's presence at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. So thank you very much for joining us. And now I invite you to introduce the book Spezialschule. And the title of the presentation is Spezialschule, the Specialist School of Sculpture.
Yes, thank you, Anka. Thank you. I mean, first of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation, and to give us the opportunity to speak here. We are very honored. Before we start, I just share my screen. I have to. So can you see it full screen? And you can hear me as well.
Yes,
fine.
Exactly.
All right, great, thank you. Yes, what we will do now, Simone Bader and me, is to present you shortly this book, actually, which is also, as Anka said, exhibited in the exhibition, and of course we are honored for of this fact. This book was published in the year 2019 it was researched, compiled, and written by an editor group consisting of students and teachers of the academy, and also by some guest researchers, like, for example, you, Anka. It has the title Spezialschule, Special School, or even Specialist School. Actually, it was our translation then, and it is a book about the history of the sculpture building of the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna in the Prater. This building is still in use, as you can see here. It is already quite old. The building itself is older than your university. It's about 110 years old. It was built 1912. The book, this is a first photograph actually of the so-called Kurzbauergasse. It's the name of the main road there actually. Um, the book itself consists of four, I would say, four different elements which are compiled here together. The one thing is the prehistory of the building, the construction history itself. That's somehow, you know, the forward of it all. And then are the monthly short stories, as we called them. And these monthly short stories or miniatures, um, these are actually the core of the book. So the basic dramaturgic element, the basic principle, and the underlying concept of it all. So the red line of the book, actually. Then we included as well, and we researched, and that's the outcome of a research, a graphic with the numbers of students, where you can see also the relation and the development also between the female and male students, and also the teacher level. And the fourth element of it all, of the book, are the anecdotes. So we would like to talk to you about all these four elements actually, and I will begin to talk about the two first ones, and Simone Bader will then hook in when it comes to the last two elements of the book. So I begin with the prehistory, with the background, and I can assure you I don't want to bother you too long with that. Just a few words maybe about the construction history about it. The sculpture department itself was never in the main building of the academy in the city center at the Schillerplatz. This building where I sit at the moment, actually, on a very nice and sunny day, actually in Vienna we have, in the city center, this building itself was always too small to meet the needs of the sculptures. So these two specialist schools for sculptures, as you can see here, Atelier Kundmann, Atelier Zumbusch, two of the professors, of course, male professors at that time. So these two specialist schools for sculptures, they had their temporary quarter a bit far away into the east. I guess it's the direction, or west. Yeah, over there. Let's call it like that. They had their temporary quarter at near the residency, in the backyard of the residency of the Habsburgian family. Ferdinand, the son of the emperor and the higher of the throne, was then throwing them out there, actually. And there are a lot of legends about it. One is that he did need more space for its cars. And the other is maybe more true. The other is that he actually hated modern art, and he didn't want to have modernist artists in his backyard. However, they had to move there from that building, and then there were basically two options. One, to move at a huge space to the Schmelz, or the other, a far more smaller bit at the Prater. And for the bigger one, for the Schmelz one, you might know him. Otto Wagner already did some sketches about it. They took this opportunity so that Ferdinand threw the sculptures out. They took this as opportunity to opt for a wholly new modern academy, for a wholly new, not just one building, but as you can see, a wholly new area for the Academy of Fine Arts, with transparent pavilions and with a lot of representative entrance halls and museums and so on. So as you can see here, uh, let's call it like that, a very confident statement for the crucial role that art has to play in a modern society. That's the whole plan behind it. But to cut a long story short, this project was rejected by the finance ministry at that time. And the sculptures had to be satisfied with a very much smaller scale solution, a building just for the sculptural departments in the Prater near the Luna Park. So as you might know, see here or can read, there is indicated Prater, and here you can read ex-Biergarten, so the zoological garden. It was built, or it is built, the Academy, the sculptural department of the Academy of Fine Arts, on the former zoological garden, actually, where also the infamous ethnological exposition took place. So there were these human zoos, this kind of famous project of a colonial racist society. I just want to mention it here at this point. There is already quite an amount of research about it, and also quite amount of artistic occupation about it. I just name here two of them. One project by Belina Kasim Kaminski, a colleague of the Academy of Fine Arts, and by Werner Michael Schwab, a well-researched book already published more than 20 years ago. But still, what is lacking actually is something locally there, a reminder that reminds us to that violent colonial racist past. But that's actually one, let's call it heritage the Academy has. We are built on that premise there. As I said, I don't want to bother you too much, so I come to an end with this prehistory. There were some sketches drawn. One, you might see similarities between Otto Wagner's sketch and the one of Dammer. Actually, it was then the building like that, built by Eduard Zotter, or drawn by Eduard Zotter, a member of the ministry, not a famous architect actually. And this was the plan, and this was actually how it was built then by the end of 1912, beginning of 1913. And here, as you can see, and it's still there, that's actually the three-pointed virgin vine, Veitsch in German. It's the only originally planted plant which still is there and still is quite beautiful. Actually, it's quite a natural monument we have here. I'll come to the second part of the book. As I said, actually the core part of the book. The book itself was actually a side project of an exhibition we did early 2019. And it was not our claim to tell, the history of the building. This would be, I would say, in general, outdated to write the history of. You can have maybe just a claim to contribute some perspective towards a history of that building and the people who work there, but no more. So this was as well our approach, and we then decided at an early stage as well that we would rather focus at a specific time to tell specific story on a specific time rather to give something like a panoramic overview or something. Um, and we decided to focus actually on the early years, the founding years of this building. And as I would say, dramaturgic element, we choose the month of the first year. The first year was 1913. And so the book is walking through this year 1913 from month to month. So from spring to summer to autumn to winter. And we connected to each month a specific story. And these stories were not, of course, not deliberately chosen ones, but connected to what we think is interesting and relevant today, so in our present day. So to 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 take it seriously that history is made in our present, and to use this present to formulate question to our past and to ask us what is interesting and relevant for us today. You know, that was our main principle. And for example, from this, of course, the feminist perspective and the anti-fascist perspective and the against all forms of violence perspective is also guiding us actually through the book. To give you a certain glimpse on what these stories are all about, as I said, there is this prehistory history element of dedicated to the construction of the history itself, but as well we implement, for example, or we addressed as well within this construction history the working conditions, for example, of the servants who were employed there and who lived there also in the building with their families. We addressed then, for example, that's the May story, we addressed Hitler's applications at the Academy, and with this as well, the working conditions and the involvement as well of the Academy within the Second World War. Um, and also here with this September story, the involvement of the Academy in the First World War. Um, and then, for example, we have here this August story is a story about the overall situatedness of the building at the periphery and how it was connected to the neighborhood. That's the December story. And here, not at least, actually, we have the April stories. In April this year, so in April 1913, a petition was sent by 30 women's organizations to the Ministry of Education in Austria. And this petition finally landed at the Academy. And these women's organizations were asking for permission to formally study at art universities in Austria and so to be able and allowed to study as well at the Academy of Fine Arts. And we treat here or address here the rejection they received by the professors. That's a 3-page letter, actually, or a protocol, to call it better. It was never sent to these women's organization. And that's a very core text, actually, of the Academy, I would say, to that part. And this text then leads to what Anka already said, to an example, to the example of Teresa Fyodorovna Ries, who then actually was not allowed to formally, as Anka said already, not allowed to formally study at the Academy, but who had a private lessons or was a private student at Edmund Helmer there. And actually, as I indicated here, this text, for example, was primarily written by Anka and Valerie. I just gave some outlines and the introduction of it. So maybe Anka, you would like to add then to that story after our talk. That would be fine because you are far more the expert on this story than I would be. So yes, these actually this is for the second part, and we are coming now to the third and fourth part, and we did draw a chart. So this 107 years in one chart, it's actually not possible as we know, but to give you a glimpse, it looks like that. You don't have to read it, so it's just good that you can see it in a way. Simone, I just say two lines about it. What you can basically see here is the number of the students, beginning with actually 1912 when they moved there. The number of the students, this greenish are actually the percentage of men, and this more brownish are the percentage of women. That's one thing. And above you see the two schools actually, who then are increased to more schools. Maybe Simone would like to hook in.
Yeah, thank you, Jakob. So the graphic was made by Jakob and the graphic designer of the book, Emanuel Maute. And I think they did a great job because what Jakob already explained is that it's really like you could immediately get the basic information and you can see how the percentage of male and female students changed, and like the light gray part highlighted in the beginning is like also showing that during the Second World War it was already like the percentage of women raised because all the men were fighting and killing, and then we see then from the 2000s that it's also changing, and the female students raised. And what we also see from the 2000s that, or actually the first female colleague, my like the assistant I was following, Tina Beppeling was the first female co-worker in the class of Michelangelo Pistoletto, who started in 1992, and also Tina Beppeling started to work at the Academy at 1992. And then you see that from the 2000s, when I followed Tina, then also other female colleagues also followed, and also the same time as I started to work there, there was also a guest professor, Angela Bullock, starting with a co-worker, a female co-worker, and she was followed then by a full professor, by Monica Bonvicini. And so with this fact, it really changed in the sculpture department. What I also think is very interesting is that Jakob, as a historian, he also gives some information, like on top of the graphic of the table, you get also the information of some relevant historical events, like I mentioned already the Second World War. And so it's you can also add, of course.
Here, for example, you have the information that here in this year it was 1976 the first McDonald's opened in Austria, for example.
Okay. So not only historical moments, but also like very important for the society somehow. Like influence of the US, and I think that's what I wanted to say about the table.
Just
Would you like? Yeah.
just to underline, no, what is quite obvious, that you see here this red line and this blue line, that the sculpture department was for the for a really long time dominated by two male classes, no? So that was the basic principle. And these two men had quite often a very concurrent relationship to each other. So it was in a way very, so two big sculptures, heading to each other. And there is the myth actually that at some point they did even. I will just show you this picture. Um, Wait a bit, I'll come soon to that. When you see here the inner court, that one school was there, the other school was there, and there is the myth, or maybe no, Simone, you know it better, that they here built once a wall, so in order not to meet each other. So, but this was actually the basic principle, and you can see it also on the architectural outlaw here, outline here. Here one school, two male teachers over there. So I jumped. Sorry for that. I jump now to the anecdotes now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, then I also would like to tell you something about the anecdotes. So they're like the whole book, also the anecdotes are like in German and English. And I tried to collect anecdotes also by all my colleagues, and invited them to take part in telling all these anecdotes. And they give like the possibility when you just look into the book, so that there are also very small texts that you can just start to read and get some information. And hidden in the anecdotes, there's also the story that a murder was taking place at the sculpture department. It was a very sad story, because at the time when these two male professors had this divided building, so it was even possible to live in the building, and so the family of Abramidis lived in the building, and they had some problems with their son, and they had to call the police. And when the police entered the building, one policeman was attacked by the son, who had a knife, and was killed immediately. And so still today you can find a plug at the police building in the Prater mentioning that this very young policeman was dying because of a knife attack. And so it's a very, very short story hidden in here as well. And so it's different, like funny stories, but also this very sad story is told here. And the anecdotes are like coming up in the book from time to time, and they are like turned, so it's not like the straight text in the book. It's like you have to turn the book to read them. And also I would like to highlight an artistic contribution, and maybe you, Jakob, you can stop the presentation so that I can also show the... Yeah, thank you. I will shortly show. I hope you can also see. So there is a contribution by Moritz Küng as a curator, and Helmut Sobernick, with whom I was working for 20 years now, and who is followed by another female professor, Nora Schulz, I'm happy to work with now. And so this contribution, I think in June, so also here, Jakob, it's July, and Jakob linked this whole research on pedestals also with the historical fact of like a pedestal and a pedestal story with Josef Müllner, a very problematic figure at the Academy, and especially in the sculpture department. And so this contribution is more like a performative contribution, showing very small images because we couldn't get the copyright, and it's like thumbnails, and telling the dialogue the curator and the artist had on pedestals. And pedestals are also a crucial element for sculptures. And so you see in the book, it's also like linked very much to 1913, but then also with the anecdote and also with this contribution, of course, going into the present times and artistic research of the presence. Yeah, I think that's what I would like to contribute, and I think Ulrike will tell us a lot of very interesting insights to the story of female protagonists at the Academy. And also for the book, it was really, really necessary to work with our wonderful archivists, and it was really great to get to know them. And also you find in the exhibition a video that I contributed where I just gave like a hint again to what our wonderful archivists did last year in like this frame of 100 years of female students at the Academy, and they did like also monthly stories on like different aspects. And I just asked them if I could use their contributions and translate it to a video that you can see now in the exhibition and read their text. And also, thanks to Anka, it's possible for you to read them in Polish. And you see this great archival material that they also presented last year to all of the personnel of the Academy on the website. And you can also find very nice small videos, 1 minute long, where Eva Schober and Ulrike Hirhager give also insight into their findings. Yeah, and I also, I think, gave the link to all your contributions. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Simone. Thank you,
What a
Jakob.
praise.
So now we will have the next presentation by Ulrike Hirhager. Ulrike Hirhager is an archivist from Academies archive, from the archive of the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. I also had the chance to visit this place and to have a look to one document which was very interesting for me. It was a job application or an application for a position at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna, and it was a letter written by Teresa Ries, who couldn't study at the academy, but when women were allowed to study, she also came up with the idea to be a woman professor, which was not very surprising because she was really a very well recognized artist in Vienna, and not only in Vienna in that time. She represented Austria also at the first exhibition from which the Venice Biennale emerged. and she applied for a job, but nobody answered her. But now Ulrike will tell us about, as she named it, ancient times. So very interesting time where women were not officially present as students and as professors at the academy, but in the archive we find some records concerning women artists, let's say women students. Ulrike, please tell us how it was, and please tell us about this first women artists, women students, protagonists that are registered in the archive.
Thank you, Anka. Thank you for the invitation. And thank you, Simone and Jakob, for your interesting presentation. I, of course, know your book, but now I know it even better. And thanks for all the praise. So I will try to share my screen. And now I lost you.
Everything is fine with, yes, we can.
Does it work? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but please launch the presentation, because now now it's fine.
It's fine?
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I decided to go a bit back in time. Damaging the silence and order at the Institute, Women and the Academy of Fine Arts, Vienna. The academic year 2020-21 was an anniversary year. 100 years before, in the winter semester of 1920-21, women were admitted to the Academy. So Simone has talked about this before. The university archives of the Academy of Fine Arts had the idea of promoting an archivist choice even before that time. And when our colleague from the PR department asked us for contributions to 100 years of women's studies, we happily took the opportunity to present some of our holdings. My colleague Eva Schober and I became the subjects of a video series that were put online in monthly intervals, together with short essays about different subjects. To the left, you see the statistics from the winter semester 1920-21. As a great part of my work in the archive deals with the early holdings from 1706 on, as the Academy was founded in 1692, I decided to present the forebears of the women who enrolled in the 1920s. As we have found quite a few women in the 18th and 19th century in the archive's records. But before I start with that, I just want to say a few words about the general situation of women's studies in the arts in Vienna before 1920. Women could take private and rather expensive lessons. They could attend private schools, or the Kunstschule für Frauen und Mädchen, art school for women and girls, as well as the Kunstgewerbeschule, which is today's University of Applied Arts, and the higher Federal Institution for Graphic Education and Research, Grafische Lehr- und Versuchsanstalt. The admission of women, as Jakob mentioned before, the admission of women to the Academy in 1920-21 was preceded by discussions that went on for several decades. In 1872, the Ministry of Education submitted the subject for appraisal to the faculty board. The board members plainly refused this idea on the following ground. The Academy building did not provide enough space. Women were less educated than men. Women were only good to produce lower art like flower and portrait painting. And this is my favorite, one cannot expect young ladies to be put together in one room with young men, as they would not be able to pursue their studies without damaging the silence and order at the Institute. To the right, you see this document from 1872. In 1904, the whole matter was taken up again by the ministry with a similar outcome. The faculty board feared dilettantism as a consequence because of women's lack of creative spirit. This is a quotation. This assessment was valid until after World War I. In 1919, finally, the State Office for Internal Affairs and Education simply ordered the Academy to take steps to introduce women's studies, which was finally executed in our anniversary year. Now, let's step back in time. As I initially mentioned, 150 years, sorry, in fact. The archives records of the late 18th and early 19th century provide evidence of several female students, as well as female honorary and regular members. The first woman mentioned in our students' records is Katharina Heim. You see here the entry in our students' records book. And she attended the Engraving Academy, the Kupferstecher Academy, in 1768. We don't know anything more about her. The Engraving Academy was founded in 1766 by Jakob Matthias Schmutzer and was an institution in its own right until 1772, when it was merged with the Imperial and Royal Court Academy of Painting, Sculpting and Architectures to the Imperial and Royal Academy of United Fine Arts, die Akademie der Vereinigten Bildenden Künste. At the beginning of the 19th century, 3 women are mentioned in our records, all of them in one book. It's volume 17. You see here the frontispiece. Theresia Kaltner, I'm sorry, Theresia Kaltner from Munich studied historical drawing in 1819. Caroline Piasikowska, née Edle von Roth, came from Strasbourg and attended the painting class from the summer course of 1816 to the winter course 1820-21 and specialized in miniature painting. Marianne Fricard attended the painting class in the winter semester of 1819-20 and succeeded in becoming quite a famous portrait painter in Pressburg, Bratislava, Slovakia. Actually, a few years ago, when I was doing some research about her, one of her paintings was put up at the Dorotheum auction. The records for female students of the Vienna Academy expire in 1820. So for 100 years, the Academy remained women-free. Quite a similar picture is painted regarding the acceptance of women as members of the Academy. The chance to become a member of the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna existed from the beginning of the institution. The statutes from 1726 note that only practicing artists were allowed to apply for membership, and they had to present a sample of their work to the academic council. This is the so-called Aufnahmestück, and I will use the German word from now on. Membership of either academy not only added to an artist's reputation, but also involved privileges, for example, in terms of taxation. Jakob Matthias Schmutzer, the director and founder of the Engraving Academy, seems to have been more progressive than his colleagues from the Academy of Painters, Sculptors and Architects. He even devised courses in model drawing that were accessible to anyone with dressed models, not with nudes. The statutes of the Engraving Academy you see to the right, the frontispiece. They are written on parchment in a lavishly elaborated German cursive script, showing how highly estimated this institution was by the Empress Maria Theresia. At this academy, a few women joined the ranks of the members. Their Aufnahmestücke are held either by the Gemäldegalerie, the Paintings Gallery, or the Kupferstichkabinett, the graphic collection of the Academy. And I'm very grateful for both institutions to give me the option to show their holdings here. In 1768, Frau von Comte, who was also a member of the academies in Rome, Florence, Parma, and Bologna, and the painter Anna Dorothea Terbusch, she was daughter of the painter Georg Lisiewski, who was employed at the Royal Court in Berlin, were accepted. You see here her Aufnahmstück held by the Gemäldegalerie. It's a very fine portrait of the painter Philipp Hackett. In 1771, the Parisian engraver Anne-Philibert Coulet and the portrait painter Gertrude de Pélichy became members. You see here Gertrude de Pélichy's head of a woman, a chalk drawing held by the engraving our graphic collection. And also Gabriele Bayer, née Bertrand, became a member. Gabriele Bayer was the art teacher of Maria Theresia's daughters and wife of court sculptor Wilhelm Bayer. Before, you saw a document from 1771 where all three women who became members in this year are mentioned. Gabriele Bayer was also one of the women who participated at the Academy's exhibitions. Here you see the frontispiece of one of our catalogs. After the merger of the Kupferstecher Academy, the Engraving Academy, with the Academy of Painters, Sculptors and Architects in 1772, no more women became members. The last members, regular members, were in fact accepted in 1870. There was a change in the statutes then. And after 1870, only the option of becoming an honorary member remained. So this brings me to the last topic I want to speak about. The regular members had to be artists who practiced their art for a living. Honorary members could be art lovers, supporters of the fine arts and of artists, people who opened their collections for the students to work there, like Albert von Sachsen-Teschen, who opened the now Albertina for students. And again, it was Jakob Matthias Schmutzer and his Engraving Academy that was progressive. The statutes from 1767 explicitly state that women could become honorary members. The only condition was excellence in their artwork. And in the draft of the statutes for the United Academy in 1773, it is stipulated that art lovers of both sexes who handed in their Aufnahmstück could become honorary members. But in the binding statute of 1800, women are not mentioned anymore. From 1767 to 1836, around 20 noble women became honorary or regular members of the Academy of Fine Arts, respectively the Engraving Academy. Our documents sometimes are not very clear on this honorary or regular status. But these noble women were dilettantes who practiced their art for pure joy, which is the original meaning of the Italian diletto. These women either belonged to the imperial house or were closely associated with it. The patronage had a protective function for the academy and for the arts taught there. And the first members of the Engraving Academy, again, were two daughters of Maria Theresia, Maria Anna, Marianne, and Maria Carolina called Charlotte. Their Aufnahmstücke, drawings of an excellent quality, are preserved in the graphic collection. Here you see a drawing of Maria Anna, the head of a woman preserved the Kupferstichkabinett. Their teacher was the above-mentioned Gabriele Bayer. In the following 50 years, a few women became honorary members. I can just present you one of them. The list is quite long, and they were mostly archduchesses and so on. But two of them were not members of the imperial house. These were Ernestine von Losimthal and Princess Marianne von Lamberg. We don't know much about them. Then there were three of the wives of Emperor Franz, the first or second, who had four wives, in fact. And the last woman might be known to you. It was Archduchess Marie-Louise, the wife of Napoleon I. The document you see here is her thank you letter from 1820. In 1836, the last female honorary members of the imperial house were appointed: the Empress Maria Anna Carolina, the Archduchesses Maria Dorothea, Maria Elisabetta, Maria Theresia, and Sophie. And again, a long period of time elapsed. More than 150 years later, in 1994, Margarete Schütte-Lihotzky, the architect, the sculptor Louis Bourgeois in 2000, the painter Maria Lasnik and the writer Friederike Mayröcker in 2010 became honorary members of the Academy of Fine Arts, Vienna. As a special treat for bearing with me, I'd like to show you, in the end, two of the works I kept in our graphic collection. They are the Aufnahmstücke of two members of the imperial house I have not mentioned before, of Maria Antonia, Princess of Naples and Sicily, and Maria Anna Ferdinanda, Archduchess of Austria. They were appointed members in 1802, and their chalk drawings show the excellent quality of all these women's artwork. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Rike, for introducing us the history of prehistory of women at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. So we can see that it was not that clear that women were absent. They were present. Some are even recorded in the archive, but there were also some that were informal students, but maybe we can talk about it later on. And now I invite Ivona Demko, who is here with me. Ivona Demko is a professor of the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow. She is a sculptor, and she's also doing installations and even performances from time to time. But she is very much involved in feminist art as an artist, but also as a researcher and a person who is also working with Wikipedia, and she did a lot of entries about women artists and women traditions. And Ivona Demko also is an organizer of the anniversary of 100 years presence of women at the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow. So Ivona, you will speak Polish, so you have either to choose the language you understand in your Zoom option or to follow us via YouTube. And the title of Ivona's presentation is My Life in the Academy. Which is very personal, but I'm sure that we will hear a lot about your activity as an organizer and inspiring person for other women at the Academy. You are from sculpture department, and as far as I know, it was not easy for you to be a woman in this place.
Dziękuję Ani za
Thank you, Ania, for giving me this presentation. And I want to welcome all of you. I want to welcome you in Vienna and here in Gdansk. And in my presentation, I will have this short Vienna episode of my life. So I'm really happy that you are today with us. I just want to add that I will be very happy to make friends with Ulrike, as in my research on the first students at Krakow Academy of Fine Arts, I have some Vienna stories. So I hope that our friendship, future friendship, will support me in this. I was listening to the presentations and I thought that, well, I was I was wondering whether I should give presentation on how women entered, the first women entered the Academy of Fine Arts in Krakow, or should I rather give more personal presentation? And because I was telling a lot about students, I've chosen to go more private way, more confession way, telling more about myself, because I believe that private is political. So when I'm telling about myself, I'm telling about many, many other women. So now I just want to have my presentation on the screen. I hope I will make it.
napisane na różowo.
My life in the academy is written in this in pink.
Wiąże się to
So
oczywiście z kolorem, który sobie
obviously
obrałam.
this is because it's a color that I picked. However, life in the academy hasn't always been pink.
Tutaj na kolejnym slajdzie udało mi się, cieszę się,
And
że
the
się
next
udało
slide,
włączyć.
I'm happy I've successfully switched the
Państwo,
slides. Right, what you can see now
96 rok,
is
mam
1996.
22 lata.
I'm 22.
To jest, należy do samorządu studenckiego
I am a
i to jest
member
Rada
of the
Wydziału,
students'
gdzie
governing
też
body,
możecie
and
zobaczyć
this
nie
is
tylko
the
profesorów
council of
z
the
Akademii
department,
Krakowskiej, ale też
with
z innych
professors
akademii.
from the Krakow
I też
Academy and other academies as well.
ale też z warszawskiej, bo jest tam
There's
profesor
Warsaw
Majak również,
as well,
więc
with
domyślam
Professor
się, że to był
Majak.
jakiś przewód.
So I
Jestem
expect
ja
that this was
i
probably
drugą kobietą
an
na tym
exam.
zdjęciu jest
So that's me.
Ewa
And the
Janus,
other woman
profesor Ewa
in the
Janus
picture
obecnie.
is Professor
Więc ja
Ewa
jako
Janus. She's a
studentka
professor
i
now.
ona
So
jako
I was a
profesorka.
student at the time,
W
she
tym
was a
momencie wydaje mi się, że
professor.
jeszcze była profesor Krystyna Orzech,
And I think
również w
Professor
strukturze Wydziału
Krystyna
Rzeźby.
Orzech was
W każdym bądź
also a
razie
member of
było
the
to,
sculpture faculty.
był to wydział bardzo męski. I w
Anyway,
momencie,
it was
kiedy
very
ja
much a
zdawałam te
men's
studia,
faculty. When
panowało
I
przekonanie, że jest to
applied
wydział męski,
to the
mimo
academy,
tego, że na 16
people thought
osób
that it was very
połowę
much a
stanowiły dziewczyny.
male-dominated
Czyli już
faculty, even
procentowo
though
dziewczyn było 50%, ale dalej
50%
było
of the
przekonanie,
students
że to
were
jest męski
girls.
wydział.
Despite that,
I ja mając te 22
common
lata,
knowledge or
miałam
perception
roczne
was that it
dziecko,
was male-dominated. I
które
was
w tamtych
22
czasach
and I
nazywało się
had
to, że jestem samotną matką.
a child
Teraz ta nomenklatura się zmieniła, że
of 1 year.
byłabym samodzielną
I was
matką.
single
To
mother.
też jakby
At the
podkreślam,
time
ponieważ
in
ważne jest
Polish it was
uświadomienie sobie
called
tych zmian.
that
I
I was a lonely
ja wtedy
parent,
podjęłam
but
decyzję,
now it's
żeby
called a
rozstać
single
się z
parent.
ojcem mojego dziecka,
So I took the
ponieważ
decision to part
przyszłość
ways
z nim
with the
nie
father of my
dawała mi takiej
child.
przyszłości, jaką ja bym
So the
chciała
future
sobie dla siebie zaplanować.
was not what I
I pamiętam,
envisaged
że
for
jak
myself if I had
mówiłam
stayed
o
with
tym
him.
te
And I
27
remember
lat
when I
temu w
talked
Polsce,
about this
że podjęłam
27 years
decyzję
ago in
opuszczenia
Poland, when I explained that
mężczyzny,
I
żeby
decided to
kontynuować
leave
moje
my man so
zamiary,
that I can
to
continue
patrzono na mnie z
with my
zastosowaniem
plans,
i myślano,
I would
że
get some
to
strange,
niemożliwe, żeby
funny
kobieta
looks
podjęła
with
sama
people
decyzję
thinking it's
opuszczenia
not possible
męża,
for a
którego już
woman
nie
to take
zostawił,
her own
tylko
independent
ojciec
decision to
musiał
leave
go
her
przyjąć.
husband. He
Więc ja w
probably
pewnym
ditched
momencie
her, but
zaczęłam
she
mówić, że on mnie
just
zostawił,
she's
ponieważ
afraid to say
byłam
that.
wtedy
So at some point, I
łatwiejsza
actually said
decyzja dla
that he
wszystkich
left
kobiet,
me because
słuchajcie.
I
Ale
realized
też kolejny
it
taki
resonates better with my
który sobie
listeners.
teraz nie zdajemy
So that's
sprawy,
another
ponieważ teraz już
anecdote,
też nie ma
something that
takiego
happened,
problemu.
and we no longer
Ja na
think
studiach
about
byłam
this
bardzo
because it's
grzeczną
no longer a
dziewczynką i bardzo
problem. I
grzeczną
was a very good
studentką,
girl and a
w
very
takim
good
znaczeniu,
student
że
at the
wykonywałam,
academy.
nie miałam
What I
kompleksów
mean is
świadomości
that
feministycznej. Gdy
at the
taki
time, there
kwestion
was nothing feminist about me. If
oczywiście, że
I
nigdy
was
bym nie powiedziała,
asked,
że nie, na pewno ja nie.
are you a
I
feminist? I would
właściwie
probably
ta
say
sytuacja
no.
utrzymywała się przez
And that really continued throughout my studies. And there were no female professors to introduce me into women's art or feminist art. So I didn't have a clue. On top of things, all my life and while at university, I was trying to prove it to myself and to everyone else that I can do all the things men can do. So signed up for marble, for stone, to check whether a woman weighing 50 kilograms can actually work with stone. And yes, I could. And then I learned welding to see whether it's really so difficult. And later on in life, I realized that it's such a great advantage. I really want to make it within the 30 minutes that I've been allotted, but they've been telling me to slow down. And then I realized that sharing my knowledge or talking about the skills that I have works like an aphrodisiac when talking to men. So I was doing well at university, and back in my secondary school, I remember thinking I'm never ever going to wear a skirt because that would mean like I am now siding with femininity. And when I got to year 5 of my studies, what I did was a bit of a mixture, because I completed my diploma work, which was almost 5 meters tall. It took me 3 months to complete this. This is on the outside. You could also walk inside. You'll be able to see the interior on the next slide. My idea with this was that I met the expectations at the Academy, where sculpture should be huge. So I was able to tick the boxes on the size, on the volume, and that I can prove it to all the men, like I'm not afraid of the hard equipment, welding and all the other stuff. And yeah, and yes, I've made a point to myself as well. But that was the first pink sculpture in my life. I spent the next 27 years hating the color, thinking it's just so futile, it's dreadful. And then I realized I don't like it because it links into femininity, which ranks lower, and it's not as respected or valued. And during my diploma work, for whatever reason, I don't know why, I started defacing the pink. Came to a full head during my diploma work. So I thought that was going to be about uh, pink and then the bodily elements, but in fact it was about the feminine element coming out of me. If asked, are you a man or a woman, back then and now, I would say I have androgenic features, and the definition should go along with me rather than the other way around. I mean, I like welding and I like doing my nails. That means that's femininity, and no decisions are required of me. So I graduated from the academy. I didn't get a job at the academy after my studies. It wasn't until 8 years later that I got a job there, which was a really relevant fact, because that way I was able to get an outside perspective on the academy. It was not like from inside the bubble or a tin that I was in. I was able to take a look from the outside. I could see other academies as well. And then I went back to the school. And between my diploma and coming back to the academy, I pursued my own work, telling my life story, a person socialized to be a woman, which was really key because I thought I was doing art. But at some point I was told, this is feminist art you're doing. I would cover maternity, for example, and I was surprised. How come a man working with the military or works, or if it's about penises, it's not about masculinity, it's just referred to as art. But then again, when I do things such as maternity, this is immediately referred to as feminist.
Wróciłam na akademię.
So I was back at the academy.
Miałam już w świadomości to, że wybierałam ten
One
pierwiastek
thing I
kobiety z
realized was that I
początku.
was pushing
Mam bardzo niskie
away
notowanie
that
cytowania.
feminine
I wracając na
element
akademię, wszystkie moje koleżanki,
because of the
właśnie te,
little
które pracowały na
respect
wydziale, a było ich
it
wtedy 4,
had gained. There were
upodobniały
4
się
other
do
female
mężczyzn, z
colleagues with
którymi
me at the
pracowały
time,
na wydziale,
and
czyli
they
ubierały się bardzo po
were
męsku, nie
making
używały
themselves look like
kosmetyków
men. So they would wear
w znaczeniu
sort of
takim niehigienicznym,
men's
tylko ozdobnym, estetycznym,
clothes. They wouldn't do
ponieważ było
makeup
wiadomo, że jeśli macie
because it
malowane
was
paznokcie, to
clear
znaczy,
if you
że
have
słabo
painted
rzeźbisz,
nails,
nie
you're
jesteście dobrym
probably a
rzeźbiarzem.
bad
Że jeszcze
sculptor.
ważna była forma męska,
And
nie żeńska,
you
bo
were
to też
supposed to have the
I ja wróciłam
feminine, not the masculine
z postanowieniem, iż będę
endings
tę kobiecość
in your words.
wciągała
But I
w struktury
decided
akademickie.
to make
Nie dlatego,
femininity
że się
part
po prostu
of
świetnie
the
czułam
structures in
kobietą,
the
tylko dlatego,
academy, not
żeby
because I
dowartościować
felt great as a woman.
ten pierwiastek.
This was
I
just
co
to add the
później się
extra
dowiedziałam, że to moje
twist
zachowanie
to being
nazywa
feminine.
się feminizmem.
And later I was told that what I'm doing is feminism, which is showing your femininity where it's not respected.
I rzeczywiście na początku moje koleżanki
And
się
indeed,
bardziej
initially,
przyglądały, jak
my
żyję
female
na ten
colleagues
sposób, obserwując to, co
watched
się
me
dzieje,
closely, sort of in
co
disbelief.
jakby można było każdą koleżankę też inaczej opisać w ich
And I
reakcjach, ale jakby
suppose they
podpowiedzieć tą
each
sprawę.
had their own different
Wybrałam tylko kilka
reactions,
prac
but I'll skip that for
związanych z
now. I've
akademią,
only
czyli po
picked
prostu
a few of the works related
czyli
to the academy.
doktorat i habilitacja.
These are
Ja
works
doktorat
for the
zrobiłam
PhD and for
magisterem
the
i
habilitation.
pracę
This
teoretyczną
is my
była z
PhD.
tytułu
This is the
waginalny. To było
Vagina
pewnego rodzaju
Chapel.
uwieńczenie
This
jakiejś tam
was
mojej pracy
crowning of
związanej
some
z
years
kultu
of
waginy.
work and researching
Oczywiście,
the
że
cult of the vagina.
w każdej akademii panują pewnego
As is
rodzaju
normal for
zasady,
any
w tym
academy,
znaczeniu,
there
że
are
wiemy
some rules,
niepisane zasady, wiemy, że coś
unwritten
trzeba robić,
rules.
że
You
kogoś
know
nie
certain
trzeba robić.
things should be
Ja
done and others shouldn't be
doktorat
done.
wiedziałam,
When
że
I
robię wszystko tak,
decided
jak
to
nie
do
trzeba
my
robić.
PhD, I knew
Czyli,
I was
że
going
temat
against the
wybieram
flow.
sobie
I was
wtedy
doing all the
pierwszy
wrong
raz,
things,
piszę
starting with the
pracę
wrong
teoretyczną
topic,
nie tak jak trzeba, bo
writing
piszę ją
the
wprost na językiem
theoretical
miarki,
work the
ludzkim
wrong way
językiem.
because I'm using simple
Z moim
language rather
promotorem
than
przez rok mówiłam o tym,
scientific
jak będzie
language.
wyglądała ta
And I was
sytuacja.
explaining this to my
I
tutor for a
oczywiście
year.
forma też była
And the
nie
form
rzeźbiarska, bo
itself
uczyłam,
wasn't
używałam
really about
materiałów
sculpture
takich, że
because
trzeba
I
wszystko
used
szybko
the
zrobić
wrong
źle,
material.
ale
So
dla
I
mnie to
did
było bardzo ważne i
everything
postanowiłam
the
po
wrong
prostu
way,
zaryzykować.
but
I
it was important to me, so I decided to
tak
take the risk.
wyglądało dwie odsłony,
So
świecąca,
these
nieświecąca,
are
tam
the
była cała masa
two
tworzonego
versions with
badziewia
the
i
light
jakieś
on
ozdoby
and
choinkowe,
off
dekoracji
and lots
ceremonijne i
of
inne rzeczy totalnie
um,
nierzeźbiarskie.
things that
Tak
have no
wyglądała
relation to
część pracy
sculpture,
teoretycznej
some
z Magdaleną.
decorations. This is part of the
Wszyscy
theory.
potem stwierdzili, że po prostu ja zrobiłam
Afterwards,
pracę bluźnierczą,
everyone
ponieważ
said
była ona
that it's
odczytywana tylko i
blasphemy
wyłącznie w kategoriach z perspektywy męskiej,
because
czyli
it was read
erotyczność i seksualność
through
swoją.
it being
Mnie
erotic
osobiście chodziło
and
o
sexual, so that's a
zaprezentowanie
man's
całkowicie innej
perspective.
perspektywy
My
właśnie
idea was completely
kobiety,
different.
co
I wanted to
kompletnie nie
present the
było czytelne.
perspective of a woman,
I po tym
which no one was
doktoracie tutaj
able
też
to
mam
read in this. And
wzorce,
following
ponieważ
my
recenzentką
PhD
moją
work,
była Izabela
here's another
Gustowska,
theme.
dlatego
My
specjalnie
reviewer was Izabela
przygotowałam też ten
Kustowska,
slajd,
so
żeby
I prepared
pokazać
this
też, że
slide
nie przyjechała z
specifically so
Poznania
that you can
wtedy,
see her
żeby
here.
mnie
And she came
wybronić
from Poznań on
w czasie
purpose
tej
to
obrony, bo
work with
widziała, że
me
może być mi ciężko
during that
ten
exam. She
tekst
knew
wesprzeć.
it could be difficult for me, so she
Po
was there
tym,
to support
to
me.
jest następne, ale jeszcze się tutaj na chwilkę zatrzymam.
Let me
Po
stop at
tym
this
stałam się
point
bardzo
for a
znana
moment.
na Akademii,
Bec-
właściwie cała
so I
Akademia
gained
podzieliła się na dwa
notoriety
obozy.
at the academy, and in fact, the academy split into two camps. The first camp was all for me, saying, "Oh, it's a great thing she's done. She's actually overstepped some boundaries."
that had not been overstepped before, and there was another camp, negative camp opponents. So my work was demonized in the sense that they spoke a lot about me with very few people knowing me. And many people probably imagined that my vagina was growing underneath my fringe. And when they talked to me, after some time, I would be told, well, you're such a nice person after all. What they actually meant was that they thought, oh, she's normal. It's as if my personality was living its own life, irrespective of me. So the vagina chapel and vaginitism was probably the worst things I could have done. That's what I thought at this point. But then I realized that things could even go more wrong, because then I moved on to do my habilitation, and I joined forces with two other people. They are experienced in sex working, so we did the exhibition together, and this was really more about establishing contact and making friends, not so much about the exhibition itself. And then they said it's completely out of place for a university female teacher to make friends and like with people in sex working, and for a teacher to be proud of that. That wasn't really acceptable for the people at the academy. And so when we had those exams, there was just one person voting for me with all the others against me. So I never knew what the outcome would be. So there were things I did on my own, and I invited others to join me for other projects. Following my habilitation, I decided I am a feminist. People know me for being a feminist, but I have no clue about other women studying before me at the academy. So I suppose that there's an analogy to Ulrike, because the person next to me is Joanna Grabowska. She works in the archives in Kraków. So I approached her and I asked her for a list of the first female students. There were 17 women on the list, so I started researching that, and I came across the first student, Zofia Baltarowicz-Dzielińska. This is a very colorful story. I'm trying to keep it short for the purposes of this presentation. But anyway, she started studying in 1917 at the academy, but she was not enrolled formally, just because women were not allowed to study at the academy, and Krakow was under the partition of Austria and Hungary. And it wasn't until 1918, after Poland regained independence, the academy decided to actually admit women. And they were arguing. I mean, when Ulrike said, like, oh, there's no space, oh, they aren't that talented, it'll get too noisy. We had very similar arguments arguing against female students. And one of the students wrote down in her memoirs, I tried to stay quiet, not to disseminate the idea that women mean just talk and disorder. So I was looking for the very first student. I eventually found her successor. So she shared the materials with me, and there were so many that I was able to publish this book, not as an art historian, but as a writing artist. And this is what I wrote. This is my first publication about the first female student. At the time, the Academy was celebrating its 200 years, which really coincides with 100 years of having female students. So I loved this idea. It's such a great perfect timing, great initiatives. So I approached the authorities of the Academy and asked them to celebrate the fact that we had the first female student. And so I suggested, when we have our newsletter, why not include her photograph? Because she was admitted in October, and our newsletter was due to be published in October, so I wanted to show her on the cover exactly 100 years on. Well, sadly, that never worked because the authorities, we now have completely new people in, but now at the time, the authorities just didn't see the point of celebrating having a first female student. And in a way, I can understand that. I asked several times for that. I wrote emails. And then finally, I understood it's not going to work. And that's when I took it to the press. And the press wrote about this, saying that the Academy is downplaying the information. And so the feedback was, okay, the press think that it's important. So that probably makes it important. So yes, why not put a special twist on that? They weren't really happy to do this, in fact, but they decided to go along. The general message from the Academy, well, the rector at the time didn't agree to have this widely published, but the dean, female dean, Eva Janus, she said it's okay. And so I was given the opportunity to present it at the start of the academic year at the Faculty of Sculpture, and the rector was invited. I was really stressed about that. I was afraid they were going to sack me, but they didn't. So that was quite a strain on my mental and physical health, but I knew that was really important. And then there were some pressures from the outside as well, and eventually they decided, that was in March. In March, it's okay to be nicer to women, and so around March they decided to print this, and this is why we have Zofia on the cover and an article about her. However, it didn't make the front pages. It only got to the back pages. So it's a section called Memories, where a woman said, I was there 100 years ago. So, and then time went on. There was nothing happening. I had this idea to organize a celebration to celebrate the centennial, but it didn't had a good reception. I felt hopeless, and I decided to prepare fake news about the Academy. And you can see this in the exhibition as well. In terms of the graphic layout, it looked exactly like the graphic layout we have for our official newsletter, but it was an alternative world. I invited 43 people to join me. There were students, former students, professors, and I appointed myself as Her Magnificence Rectoress. And I introduced feminine endings for all the positions, including those for men. So men were not secretaries, but they were secretresses. And I knew that the more people can be engaged, the more coverage we will get with the news. I designed a new logo for our academy, which was the mandora, symbol of the vagina. On the right-hand side is what I've prepared. The left-hand side was the real thing. I presented this at a joint exhibition of teachers to celebrate 200 years of the Academy, 100 years of Poland's independence. I organized a performance where the rectoress, the female rector, wearing a pinky fur coat, and she was presenting the only copy of the newsletter. So this is the office of the rector in pink. A news spread round, and I was gearing up for the celebration of the 100 years of our independence. And it's just one sentence, which was the make or break for women to be able to join the academy. The chairman suggests that women should be allowed to study as ordinary students, and so as a result we should increase the number of students. This was agreed to, and that our request was formally adopted. So that was the formal statement that you can read from the photograph. That's when female students were officially admitted. On the 14th of December, between the 13th and the 14th December, during the night, we would hang these ribbons on the monuments and statues in the Academy saying 100 years of women. And then we decided to organize bottom-up exhibitions to commemorate the event. So that's what happened. This is the opening of the exhibition at the Faculty of Sculpture. So we agreed on what's called the 0 hour, and we opened, all of us, at the same time we opened the exhibition. The preparations took a month for the exhibition. And in the meantime, I applied to the Senate, the authorities of the Academy, and it's because someone, a historian, persuaded me to do this. And so I decided, what the heck, let's do it. I submitted my request for the Senate to allow to organize the Women's Year. So these are the slides about the Women's Year. I'm trying to speed up, I only have 3 minutes left. The Senate, which was held before December 14th, which was before all the exhibitions. After the exhibition I had organized, where I showed the alternative newsletter of the Academy, people suddenly realized women are being left behind and not included in the celebrations. As a result, the Senate and the rector voted for adopting the Women's Year. And the 14th December exhibition was actually the start, or the initial event to mark the start of the Women's Year. When I applied for this initially, I asked my female friends or colleagues, are you going to join me for the letter? They said no. They don't want to ask anyone for any favors, so I did it myself. And then later other girls joined me. And so, in fact, all of this went on for a year and a half, which was longer than a year. I learned to edit Wikipedia. Anya mentioned that before. And these are the biograms I prepared. This is the first biogram. And we have new ones, of course. And here's where Vienna comes in. This is not in chronology. but I came across this on the website of the Vienna Academy. There is a separate tab about the history of women, and I sent that to my historian, and I said to him, Michał, listen, can we do the same thing on our website? It took a long time, that's true, but we succeeded, and up until now we're Poland's only academy to have a separate tab, a section on our website, telling the story of women fighting to be admitted to the academy. We go back to the beginnings. And you can see the link, Women's Year, which is a website publication. Do follow this link to read about all the events that we held during that year. And as soon as that had happened, the pandemic started. I prepared this tab or a page dedicated to the Women's Year. It was there for 2 years in the Wikipedia, and then a Wikipedia person removed it, saying that it was only a local event specifically focusing on Krakow's Academy. And there was another argument, no one else covered this event of Women's Year. If you do something, make sure that other colleagues write about the events. If they don't, then you can not hold on to your website on Wikipedia. I started collecting biographies. I've collected 60. I still haven't passed them on to our archives, but I will do that. Here's another action. When the Women's Year ended, I decided to run for the rector. It was really symbolic, but it was serious. I prepared for that. I wrote a program, and it was also my opportunity to give an important insight from a woman's perspective.
I know that it was a good inspiration to people who afterwards won it. And the final thing I want to cover now, this is the publication, which is shown at the exhibition. I worked on it together with Jacek Dębosz for 1.5 years. With 94 people involved, we have developed 46 interviews. I was encouraging women to make interviews with other women. You may also read about it. Here is the presentation of this presentation. And my final slide, and here it stands, it's not the end. So it was really in a nutshell what I've been doing, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ivona. Thank you for all of you for this very interesting and complex and complementary presentation. And before I ask the audience if they have some questions, and maybe you also have the questions to each other, I would like to ask you, Ulrike, and maybe also you, Simone, and Jakob, about this anniversary of 100 years of women's presence at the Academy, because as Ivona mentioned, for her it was a kind of fight, and it was a kind of private initiative. I mean, private in that meaning that the Academy didn't see the need to celebrate this 100 years of women students at the Academy. So maybe you want how it was organized in Vienna.
Maybe I can start because it was an initiative also from the Equal Treatment Committee. And so a colleague of ours, she also was like very, also fighting for it somehow. And and got a little bit of budget and invited also students and artists to do also like interventions. So that was one part. You can also find it on the website. The other part, yeah, thank you, Jakob. He's showing the poster. Yeah, and the other part was the archivist's choices. But maybe you want to add also, Ulrike.
We were not in the least involved in the planning, so we got the invitation to participate with with our holdings and to present our holdings. So we're not only. I mean, I'm more specialized in these early holdings, but we also did a chapter about Josef Müllner, Simone and Jakob talked about before, who was quite a problematic figure. A short video about Teresa Fedorovna Ries. I did a feature on Jewish women, and Eva Schober about one of the early architect students at the School of Architecture, Helene Dushinska. I think I forgot something, but it was there are always a 1 minute video and the text with illustrations to be found on our website. And another initiative was taken by some historians. They did historic walks around the academy around Vienna to illustrate certain the lives of some of these women. For example, Hannah Gärtner, who was a sculptor and who also worked for public commissions. And she made a fountain in the fifth district, so on. Jakob, I'm sure you have.
Maybe just to mention a not realized project idea. It was actually to take seriously the town as archive. You know, the furniture in town as archive. So, monuments, because, the city of Vienna, there is this famous Excel list, no? They have all the monuments in a list, and they also, it's indicated from whom they was built on, and what we could go through and could find actually all the people from the academy, all the women from the academy who did build a monument somewhere. And it would be a downright archive of academy women contributing to the town furniture. If say that, that's still a project, let's say, in a certain kind of in a drawer, in einer Schublade. That would be still something interesting. I actually was not involved in the 100-year celebration time. I was at that time on leave actually for one of my kids, so I cannot contribute to that question.
Yeah, maybe I share my desktop for a moment, just that you also see another poster that was done for this 100 years, and it's the translation is "She came and stayed," and yeah, and so there were different things going on, and yeah, you can everything find on the website of the Academy, and yeah, and also read about the actions and the program, and yeah, just to hint to that. Yeah.
I have also a short question because I don't know the history of Academy of Vienna. Yeah, but I remember that you had a woman who was a rector before, and was she a first woman rector of the Academy in the history of Academy? Yes.
I mean, it was even a premiere. Not only the rector was a woman, but also the two vice rector were women. So that was quite a premiere, I guess, in in whole Austria, if not in Europe. After, I don't know, the 1,000-year-long story of university in Europe, was a premiere.
Yeah, it's very meaningful how the history is a bit similar, although we are in different countries, and Poland was under communist regime for about 50 years, so the reality was different, but the kind of exclusion exists, and it doesn't really depend on this politic issue. I mean that it depends, but maybe it can be very similar in different political systems. And I can say that here in Gdańsk, we had the first woman rector who won the election in 2008, if I well remember. And it was the first woman rector, Ludmiła Ostrogórska. 7. But it was she was the first woman rector at the academies in Poland, art academies in Poland. She was the first one, and she is from our sculpture and intermedia department, and she's also taking part in the exhibition. And the second woman will join us for the next session, Jolanta Rudzka-Habisiak, and she was the second woman rector who was chosen in 2012. But now we again have male rectors, and as far as I know, you as well. Okay, so do you have a question?
Anka, just to contribute to the story of the rectorate as women rectors, I remember Simone and me, we were, I guess, in the equal treatment question committee at that time, where the first woman rectorate was appointed, and also the two women as vice rectors. And there is something like the consulting committee of the academy, the Universitätsrat. And they were asking us, the equal treatment committee, if it's okay if just women are at the rectorate, you know. So, and we wrote that I think after 800 years with just men, you know, in the rectorate, it's okay for 5 years, you know, to have. Yeah, just that came into my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. The aim of our conference is also to think how the presence of women changes something in the structures, because of course it's not obvious that that when a woman appears in the structures as a head of the institution, it really changes something immediately. But I think that if there are more and more women, also the structures and the treatment of minorities and changes, and maybe it's getting or might get better. So maybe we have some questions from audience. You can ask in English or in Polish. Łukasz Kuzek.
One question to Ulrike probably, because I have learned from your presentation, from your lecture, that this first women from the academy, from students, first women students at the academy, came from noble families, yes, from royal families. So does it mean that to be a student, to be art academy student was kind of prestigious job, to be an artist, maybe, yes? So how it was from this perspective of Austrian art history? because in Poland to be an artist is not prestigious at all. So my question is how it is from your Austrian perspective.
um, I think we have to make a difference here, because the first women students, there was only one woman from a noble background, which who was the what's the name, Karoline Piancikowska. She was a noblewoman. The other students, we don't know anything about them. I tried to do some research about the engraver Katharina Heim. I failed. And what you probably want to get back to were the honorary members.
Or these female dilettantes.
These female dilettantes. And this is something that has to do with the academy just being a bit related to the imperial house. It was like this: the academy had a so-called protector, a curator, one who took care or protected the academy. And this was almost from the beginning on the state chancellor. So it was Metternich, and before him it was Kaunitz and Kobenzl. And as it was so closely related to the imperial house, it was also a kind of, exchange. The academy provided this honorary membership for noble men and noble women, and on the other way around, it got their works and they got their protection. So this was important, and you also have to see that the quality of the works these women handed in is very, very high. They had very good teachers. Also, Maria Theresia had a woman as an art teacher. This had quite a tradition, and she seems to have been someone who was quite interested in promoting women. And it was not unusual to be an honorary member if you are a member of a noble family. I hope I answered the question. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So that's also important to, I think, to indicate who could study or to be a member of the academy. In that sense that they were women from noble or from rich families. It was very much also about the class, like Teresa Ries, who was maybe not the noble, also, although he a little bit pretended to be from aristocracy family, but she was quite a rich person, so it was possible for her to study. And maybe I also, this was also this question about prestige, yes, exactly, and to have such skills like painting and drawings. So I think that it was quite popular in noble families, like also play piano. And so I have also a question about these early students, and maybe Ivona, the question is for you, or maybe could you tell a little bit about the case of Zofia Baltarowicz-Dzielińska, who was the first registered woman student at the Academy of Fine Art in Krakow, because she came to the academy a year earlier than next women students. Poland gained independence after the First World War. It was in 1918, and then the first students were allowed to study at the academy, but we should remind the case of Zofia, who in fact fighted for it, and she managed to be be a first students before this official admission of women artists.
Zanim Zofia, bo to też
Well, but my question to Ulrika may be at the end, but I just want to add that before Zofia came to the Academy, for 20, 30 years, other women were applying to become students. They would write petitions to the professors at Academy asking for it. And then the ministerial regulation stipulated, which Vienna presentation covered, that women should not be in the same room as male students. And it was, that's why in their response, the authorities of university would say, yeah, they would be very happy to accept women students because they could mobilize men to work, but there is not enough space for them. And which was true. Academy, it was a huge problem to the Academy. There was not enough rooms, not enough space. Nevertheless, when Zofia started to study, there were not more rooms, and when other female students started to study, the situation did not change really. The Academy wanted to play something on this women's thing, hoping that they could maybe get additional buildings from the ministry. And the female students, they would write petitions, and I will need to look for them in Vienna. I heard that some of our minutes from the meetings are in Vienna. And when Zofia arrived in September 1917, then I know the tiniest detail of her trip to Krakow because she described it very carefully in her autobiography. I know that the sun was shining. I know what kind of faces the professors made whom she visited. And I know that she went to the confession after that. She went to the church. I know on which floor she stayed in a hotel in Krakow. To me, it was really fantastic when I managed to find this story. And they claimed that women could study at the Academy if only had they talent. Without talent, disqualified them. It was one of many arguments. So she decided to come to Krakow to show her works, to prove that she has talent. And she visited all the professors one after one. Then she got to the Mehofer's school director, and all of them stated, yes, she has a talent. What can we do about a case like that? Difficult to refuse, really, because we see talent there. So they decided to accept her without enrolling her in official papers so that they would not be in a dispute with the authorities. It was kind of illegal studying for her. So there's nothing about her in the archives. And what's really fantastic, when Zofia was accepted to the sculpture workshop, she learned, her friend learned about it. She followed her to Krakow, and she enrolled the painting workshop. I suspect only that she told to Weiss, well, you know, my colleague is studying with you, so I can study with you. So in that way, it was like mouth-to-mouth messages, and more women would come to study at the Academy completely outside or before the official permits. So all of them, their names are not recorded in the archives. And first, after the official decision was made, they were enrolled officially. And I reached some women which were not enrolled, but I don't know if I know all of them, which is really fascinating. Zofia really appreciated the fact that she was the first female student. She described it. She described it in her autobiography. She was telling a lot about it. And the memory about her was nourished by her daughter, who also was a sculptor and an art historian. And when this daughter died, then the memory about Zofia as the first female student died as well. It's not recorded in the history of the Academy. Nobody really believed that it's something important, as I'm often asked, why should I write a book about the first female student when there is not a book about the first male student? So people don't see difference that science was given or education was given to men while women had to fight for it. So that's the difference. And I think I'll stop because it's a bit too long. Yeah, thank you. And my question to Ulrike now. In Vienna, did women write petitions to be enrolled? Or my second question, do you have any hypothesis on this 100-year when there are no women in the archives? Do you have any hypothesis why they were not recorded? Is there any shortage of documents or something else happened? My two short questions.
The first question, just let me think. What? Can you repeat it again, please? I was too focused on the second.
Did women write petitions to the Academy, so applications?
Not as far as we know of. It was always the Ministry of Education that came to the Academy, and probably there were petitions that got to the Ministry of Education. But we have nothing reflected in our archives here. We have only this application of what Jakob told us before of the Bohemian and Moravian
Women's organization.
Frauenverein, what was it?
Women's organization.
Yeah, thank you. But nothing else. And the second question is, I don't know. We don't know very much about these early students. We don't have any works, only of the members, but this is probably in the nature of the Academy, because only the so-called Aufnahmestücke were kept here, and all the other works the students took with them. There was no, in these early times, there was no obligation to leave your works here at the Academy. Does this answer your question a bit? Or?
Yes, Ulrike, it was on the hypothesis why 100 years there were no women there. You know this. Would also out of interest for me. I mean, I guess there are several reasons, no?
I would also guess there are several reasons, but you know, we focus on the facts here. We interpreting these facts is left to the historians. So,
Ale to nie jest taka sytuacja, że brakuje dokumentów z tamtego czasu.
I only got the Polish. Translation didn't work.
Does it mean that you have documents but women's name are not there? So there's no shortage of document, in other words.
No. a big short. I mean, we don't know what got lost in the 18th century, but the documents from the 1830s right up to World War, between the wars and even after, they are quite complete because we can compare the documents left with that are left with all our finding books. What there might be things lost long before that, but I don't think so. There are many things lost from the 1960s, 50s, and some things from the late 1940s. But I can't interpret this. I just assume that it has to do with the general despise for women's artwork, the general problem men had with women working, for example, in many unwomanly professions like a sculptor.
Bardzo dziękuję za odpowiedź i też dziękuję za
Thank you very much, and thank you for the link at the Academy, because with that, I hope we could have it in the Krakow Academy. Thank you.
Okay, so now we should have a break. And so thank you so much for your presence here with us. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Ulrike. Thank you, Jakob, for this panel and these very interesting presentations and discussions. And now we have a break, and in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, we will start the next panel. So maybe you can stay with us, but if not, I wish you happy day. And I'm happy that you have a sunny day in Vienna. Here also the weather is good. So thank you so much, and see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the contributions.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
thank you,
Bye-bye.
Ivana, for your presentation as well.
Thank you so much.
nie wiem, czemu na angielskim jest przerwa zamiast break, no ale dobra. To co? Możemy zaczynać powoli? Marta jest, tak? Tylko ja może jeszcze mogę pożyczyć na chwilę? Tu jest gdzieś ten polski.
Co ci zrobić?
Potrzebuję, nie, potrzebuję program. Wystąpienia po polsku.
A, bo ty masz to angielskie, nie?
Tak, właśnie po angielsku, a zaraz ci oddam. A jak nie, to mi powiedz, że mam ci oddać. To co, możemy, zaczynamy, tak, już? Dzień dobry, witam Państwa.
Hello, welcome back
W kolejnym panelu
on the second panel.
konferencji
It's a conference on
Akademia.
women at academies.
Zaczęliśmy ten panel z
We started the panel with a little delay, and I want to welcome everybody who's listening to us online. The situation, COVID situation, has taken its toll, but I want to thank those of you who are with us. And this panel will be moderated by Małgorzata Jankowska, a professor at the Fine Art Academy, who works in the art history and art theory. Małgorzata Jankowska is a historian of art. She runs classes for students in the media. She's a critic of art and a curator, and she's published a lot of works on art media. And also, I want to welcome our speakers. And in the beginning, we'll be having Professor Jolanta Rudzka-Habisiak.
Tak, tak, słyszymy wszystko bardzo dobrze.
Yes, we hear you okay.
Głośniej by mogło być, ale to chyba panowie tutaj na sali zrobią.
It could be a bit louder though.
Tak, teraz jest dobrze.
Now it's better.
Idealnie. Cieszymy się, Jolu,
We are very happy, Jolanta, that you've joined us online. And also, we are very happy with your participation in the exhibition where you showed two great works, which are very popular, and some people come there and see them. Nice to hear. They look at it. And also, we have a student here who would be making her thesis on textiles. So she came here to listen to you. I'm so happy, thank you. So now let's begin the panel, which is a very interesting collage, kind of, as we'll begin with textile. But the textile, as you have told me when we talked, that the textile is a woman. The presence of textile in academy, this is the presence of women. You may have different approach to that, but well, I suppose you will cover it in your presentation. Then we'll be having an intervention of Marta Kołacz, co-creator, Women and Design in the First Years of the Gdańsk Academy of Fine Arts. Edyta Majewska and Jacek Staniszewski from Social Propaganda Studio, Design of Ideas, and Martyna Miller, Intimacy, Sexuality and Effect in and Towards the Academy. So now I give the floor to Małgorzata Jankowska.
I ten też program. Dziękuję. Bardzo dziękuję, pani profesor.
Right, thank you very much, Madam Professor. Hello to you and hello to everyone in the audience. I'd like to welcome the speakers, the female speakers, not the male speaker though, because he hasn't joined us yet. I've been thinking there should be a short introduction. This panel is about design. I find this interesting and inspiring, but it's also a difficult topic. You could only see half of my head. Okay, so I'm going to take a seat. I did some research and I came across some ideas and information about women in design, and I used just very simple words. And now, with more and more publications, um, in terms of women in design, both for books and exhibitions, there's more and more of that. A few days ago, a major exhibition finished in Germany on the 6th of March, Vitra Design. It was a big event with more than 200 female artists presenting there, going back to the early days of modernism. I also came across two books, the first one 2018 and the other one this year. And those books are dedicated to women in design. There are two sentences there. One of them comes from a review from the book. And what it does is it shows the two sides of women in design. On the one hand, it's a description of design as a process, and on the other hand, it's the description of their reality. Here are the sentences. Design has always been a patriarchal industry. And the second sentence, design is not and never was a man's world. So on the one hand, there is the suggestion that women perhaps don't have an easy way into the world of design, and on the other hand, there's the suggestion that it's part of their nature. So textiles, that's something that perhaps ascribed to women. It's considered a female medium, but there are other parts involving textile, and again we see a stronger presence of women. However, when it comes to design studios, men are in the advantage. There are 8 men and 2 women in terms of design studios. And when it comes to the Faculty of Graphics, there are 33 people, of which only 14 are women. So it doesn't look good. So, Madam Professor, over to you in a moment. I'd like to welcome Professor Jolanta Rudzka-Habisiak. Madam Professor is a graduate of the Władysław Trzemiński State School in Łódź. She graduated in the studio Unique Textile, and until 2020 she was the rector of the Academy of Fine Arts, 2 terms in office, very strong support. Now she is running a studio for the interior, carpets and tapestry. Please correct me if I'm wrong. You are also a member of Friends of Art International and the president of the foundation which promotes Polish artistic textiles. You're also the deputy chairperson for the museum in Łódź for the textile industry. It's a great position you have there. Plus, the exhibits there are so numerous. Łódź Young Fashion is a fashion event which fits in very well with the Łódź community, and you are part of that event. So you deal with carpet design, artistic textiles, and non-typical woven objects. And your love for textiles is something you will let us discover in your presentation. The title is Textile on the Academies, History and the Present, where I can see a great link between history and today. Design is really important to gain women's awareness. It's that sector that's helpful with our everyday lives. What we do know is that sadly, many of the designs that are now produced don't really work well with women. For different reasons, the designs are by men, even though they are dedicated to women, but they don't really meet our needs. Or when they'll say that it's a universal model, that the universal models also tend to be male models. So over to you, Madam Professor. Thank you very much, and a very big thank you for inviting me to this fantastic conference. I was following the presentations yesterday and today, and I was so keen to become involved in the discussion. And thank you to the rector for mentioning me in the introduction. And indeed, I have some history in how to run a university and quite a few achievements in terms of textiles and visual arts. So I'd love to spend the presentation discussing these things. However, if I may, I just want to refer to the previous speakers. There was an exhibition about women. The custodian was Kinga Kawalerowicz, 1990s, but anyway, 12 women. The exhibition was titled The Elements. We had Kustowska, Welińska, Wereś, and I had the honor of presenting there as well. And today, they've turned into icons and magnificent female artists. So the elements back then were our manifesto, and up until today, I consider that exhibition an important milestone in my creative work. I've worked hard as a rector to change the proportions among the teachers to get the parity, men versus women. I didn't quite succeed, but still, I was able to get many women to start working with me. And the situation in design today is so much better. Problems such as harassment and the relations between teachers and female students. There was a situation, first year's female students informed me about some situations even before it was spoken about outside the academy, but I was able to take some steps to improve it. Now, obviously, we have what's called an officer responsible for difficult issues at the academy. So just a side remark from me to relate to the previous speakers. And now let me share my screen with you.
Tak, tylko muszę cofnąć się troszkę. Tak wygląda moja wizytówka, moje powitanie.
This is my welcome.
Tak, pan mnie tutaj poinstruował. Schowam troszkę może ten...
Let me blow this up a little bit, perhaps.
Wizytówkę tego mojego wykładu pokazałam pracę
So this is a work from a studio in Poznań. The message it carries is exactly what I want to share with you. I will be commenting on this, although you are free to read what you can see on the screens. I don't have to talk you through the iconic work of Magdalena Abakanowicz. Both women listed here were considered the queens of tapestry. In those days, artistic textiles were becoming established as a separate art. After World War II, it was mainly about function and practical use. We still remember the references to folklore. That's also a legacy of Poland's Art Deco, with strong references to ethnic themes. In the 1950s, this is really the start of the evolutionary process of change. The end result is artistic textile. This is where artists develop their own techniques, they experiment with textiles, with materials, and the creators focus, unlike today, but they focus on the textile, on the beauty of the material, on the structure, um, the colors, the tones, and then they did the coloring themselves. And eventually, it was the passion of creation and the tedious process that textiles require, unlike other forms of art. Because these works of art really focused on the formal elements, such as the beauty of the material and the fact that it's all about craftsmanship, somehow this resisted the political doctrines of those days, because textile was not part of that political wave. It was a camouflage of sorts. The creative process and the scale of the works really demonstrated that art can take anything. And now the 1960s, the dynamic development of textiles, Polish textiles going to the Lausanne Biennale, 1962. That's the beginning, and then the subsequent editions. There is a new independent branch of art, which involves the long processes of creation and the textiles, the fibers. There were huge and spatial installations such as Magdalena Abakanowicz or Jolanta Owicka, but there was also Chojnacka. You'll be able to see bits and pieces of her work. Wojciech Sadlej, I couldn't possibly bypass him, even though my focus is on women. But he is such an established and renowned artist. His monography has just been published. It's available to buy online. Tworek Bierzgalska, and it's because of her that I wanted to join the Łódź Academy. She was only 50 when she passed away. It's these people helped create the idea of Polish School of Textiles. What you can see in the upper photograph is really typical of Chojnacka and the tapestry by Pierzgalska. And now on to the 1970s with the textile triennale. At the time, it was unique and industrial, and then turned into international textile triennale that was organized by the Textile Museum in Łódź. It's continuing until today, but has a completely different character. I'm not much of an enthusiast of the change, so I'll stop there. No comments from me, but it's a new event. It's completely new with a new message. I'll come back to that later. The 1980s and the 1990s. Lots of experiments with textiles opening up to new materials, paper becoming an integral part of textiles. This was heavily promoted by Professor Teresa Hum, who was clearly the mentor behind this. She had a great sense for the changes. And if you would care to read about this in the catalog for the Triennale, She wrote the introductions, and with each introduction, it's a new stage of history of artistic textiles. We have soft sculptures, we have events, we have miniature, becoming more and more important. The miniature Biennale in Hungary and also in Poland. These are some of the iconic events. But there are also more events where miniatures are really the crown jewels. Use is made of a variety of materials, but what's really important is that textile is expanding its significance. And this is also used in modern design as well. I may come back to that later because that's not the main point of my presentation. Because what I really want to talk about is education, academies. It's about women in the academies, so this is why that's the main focus of my presentation. Now, the most recent decades, it's unique solutions that dominate, and going back to the roots, to the crafts. It's not only about experiments. An interesting thing, we are seeing the restoration of old techniques with embroidery and knitting. All the formerly old-fashioned, old-school techniques are now coming back. There is a clear revival. Macrame, for example, is going through its renaissance. Tufting is something I remember introducing 20 years ago, and it's now coming back full force. So, textile and education. Let me begin with a historic outline. I will be referring to the various academies. 4 academies are really strong today. Krakow today is not that strong on unique or design textiles. Academies of Fine Arts, we have Eleonora Plutyńska. She was the precursor in Warsaw for post-war textiles, classic craftsmanship with a strong effect on textiles today and education. She was a great promoter of double-sided textiles. She has many tapestries to her name. Warsaw's Department for Artistic Textiles. Now, printed and painted textile, that's another strand, heavily promoted by Wojciech Sadlej. He continued this field. The first studio was set up in 1951, and you can see the names attached to that studio. So there was Wojciech Sadlej, he worked with Anna Śledziewska, and he continued with experimental textiles. The professor's graduates include Dorota Grynczel, who recently passed away. I wrote her review for her professorship, and I kept a close watch of her work. We exhibited together. I miss her so much. Her studio was known for how open it is, and she focused on the student's individual character, wanted all those different techniques for weaving, for printing, painting on tapestry. Now on to Gdansk. There's a name that I could hardly neglect, which is Józefa Wnukowa, although her main identity is with painting. She ran the textile studio at the Faculty of Painting. She did outdoor and monumental textiles for architectural and social purposes, and that's a really unique thing about her. We had the studio called Kołtryn, run by Juliusz Studnicki. And here in Gdansk, Józefa Wnukowa's graduate Bernarda Świderska, a professor, left a very strong mark on how textile and that art developed here in Gdańsk at this academy, under its previous name, obviously. Now moving on to the Jan Matejko Fine Arts Academy in Krakow. The history of textiles goes back to 1946. This was initiated by Stefan Gałkowski when he set up his weaving studio, but at the time it was part of the Faculty of Painting, only to be transformed into the Department of Artistic Textile. Some of the main names included Ryszard Kwiecień and Gałkowski, and he was working with his wife. Great history of folklore-inspired textiles. In that studio, until 1995, Kazimierza Kisiel worked with the students, teaching the classical techniques. But there is a change here. Lila Kulka had her own studio, which was distinct from the other artists, and here's an example of her work. And that was the large-scale weaved installations that she introduced. Here's a motto: less of craftsmanship, more of creative thinking. That was her motto. I suppose Krakow is really unique, both when it comes to painting and sculpture, and it's easy to identify an artist who graduated from the Krakow Academy. And textiles were no different. It was theatrical with highly expressive character. And there's something that struck me. Textile actually came full circle and went back to the textiles from Krakow and how they were created and designed. It's textiles, it's objects, so textile no longer on the wall, in fact becoming soft sculptures. And this is now proliferating, and it's with some satisfaction that I can conclude that Krakow today, or the old Krakow from back then, sets the tone for textile art in Poland. Now, the Poznań Academy, it was Magdalena Abakamowicz, obviously no introduction necessary. She worked there for 25 years, running the artistic textile studio, and she made Poznań what it is, with textile being recognized as a work of art in its own right. Recently, there was an excellent exhibition of Magdalena Bakanowicz's work, and it was a great opportunity to see her brilliant work, ranging from the early works to the most recent ones. And she was called the Queen of Tapestry, with thick woven materials typical of her, giving a very energetic expression. Now, around her and her studio, there were many artists, many students, because it's about women. Let me mention Anna Gebel, Lila Kulka. She is retired, but she continues to teach at Krakow. No, I'm sorry, I just don't remember. It's a private university. And Grażyna Brylewska, also a teacher now. So examples of Ania's and Grażyna's work. Urszula Plewka-Schmidt, an important individual to be mentioned. She has authored brilliant textile works. I have several examples for each artist, but to really show this to you, I would need to take 2 hours of your time. Now on to the city of Łódź. We have this intrinsic connection to textiles. In 1945, our academy was asked to educate students because there was such big demand for textile design in the textile factories across the city and the region. So our first faculty was for textiles, and then we had ceramics and typographics because specialists were needed in those industries. And so at the time, textile printing and weaving became part of the curriculum. That has naturally been evolving up until 2018-19, when I transformed the university altogether and I changed the structure, and I introduced 2 faculties and set up several institutes. And there were some concerns that perhaps textiles wouldn't have any takers because there were many students willing to study clothes, textiles not so much, but things have turned around. We have quite a strong uptake, and there's actually a renaissance of textiles. And now, briefly, about the next topic. Łódź is the only academy to have textiles. It's now called Textiles and Interior Design. I think I need to tell you more about Łódź, not just because I come from that city, but it's because of how well established the city is in terms of textiles and arts. I mean, there's a reason why we host the different exhibitions and triennales. We have Young Triennial for Textile Art. We organize an international competition, part of the triennial, and this is working really well, promoting the academy and cooperation with other centers worldwide. So Łódź was the first school to introduce printed textiles, and I do remember Gdansk and the project, but this was more about painted textile. Now what Łódź did, it introduced printed textiles. Maria Obremska-Szliberowa at the time was in charge of that studio. And then there was Teresa Tyszkiewiczowa, yes, she's the great painter, and she contributed to the textiles in Łódź. And then we had Orzechowska, Pierzgalska, Śliwińska, all of them listed here were my professors. Sadly, they've all passed away. The studio run by Tyszkiewicz, and I'm mentioning the names of the people who worked with her, and there were also more studios set up for textile printing. So all the names you can see on your screens.
As for Jacquard, then I have to mention this textile, and then Aniela Bogusławska was doing it also. It's like Jacquard, then Małgorzata Kędziek-Siwek. Today, this workshop is run by Dr. and Director of the Institute Dominika Krogulska-Czekalska. And the last type of textile, here I give you just the names of people who run this workshop, and this is especially for the from clothing industry. So we had Regina Gańska-Piotrowska, Maria Ombrewska-Stiber, and Antoni Starczewski. The history of art, history of textile, of graphics, an outstanding artist and professor. And also the unique textile workshop contributed a lot, as it combined the experience from industry, designer, and artistic. And unique, as I have graduated from this workshop, and it contributed a lot to the lessons. And then Aleksandra Mańczak continued the work. Over 30 students, we worked together. It was a dream of my life. I could study today. And now I'm getting really quickly to education today. May I continue, do you think? You have 3 minutes left. Okay, Art Academy in Warsaw, the workshop of experimental textile run by Barbara Łuczkowiak and Aleksandra Jaksa-Hamiec. What's interesting, it's located at the painting faculty. Only in Łódź we have a different institution. In all these workshops, we have intermediate and interdisciplinary form. I'm just showing the works of students to illustrate some program assumptions. As the name goes, experiment for any prize. You see professor and her team. So really great picture. The second workshop has been run for some time now. After Dorota Grimczell left, now Elvira Stettner took it over, who is an artist and activist. It's slightly different profile. Elvira herself focuses, well, she's a person of ecofeminism, creates installations in the border between sculpture and textile. Some examples of the works of her students. This is textile beyond designing, clear artistic values, giving information and commenting reality. And most of the artists are women. This is the profile. And Magdalena Abakanowicz, Dorota Tarnowska, some examples of the works referring to personal experienced memories of the artists, some techniques with reference to old school traditions coming from our family homes. And this unique clothing workshop run by Sławomira Chorążyczewska with Elżbieta Cios, great works like theater costumes, really. So the clothing is a pretext for installations, unique installations and artistic works. here is a more comprehensive form with the author as main protagonism. As you see, different types of textiles may be used, combining of the fabrics. Like here, another example with all techniques connected with clothing. And now we are getting to the workshop. I cannot not mention Andrzej Banachowicz and his assistant Paweł Kiełpiński, a workshop which focuses on spatial forms, on sculpture, soft sculpture, some examples of works from this workshop. And Makrama, the diploma work of Andrzej Apachanowicz, print. And as for Academy of Fine Arts in Gdansk, I do not have too much material from there. Now, very briefly, on the left side, you see the works of Oleg Widyński, but we have Agata Zielińska-Głowacka, great artist. Example of one of the works, you must have seen it by yourself. I respect both the teachers as artists, so I don't have more material, but you have it all on place. And last but not least, the Fine Art Academy, my university, as the only one, has the textile and interior stylization faculty. Dominika Krogulska-Czekalska, some examples of her works of Jacquard. Dominika has changed the technology, has put it forward. You see some examples of her works in industry. We have digital type of design, but also we have old tools which still operate, and the files are first made in the internet, but then it all goes to the traditional loom. Then we have the experimental textile workshop run by Lidia Hoczaj, assisted by Paulina Sadrak. We have some unique examples and clothing textile. This workshop was for the loomed textile. Professor, I'm sorry, but we have to be getting to the end. It's really fascinating, but now we need to be coming to an end. Our time is limited. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm getting to the end of my presentation. Very quickly, I'll just browse it. And the last picture I wanted to show you from the Żywioły, the Elements exhibition 1993, and this is my work called Breath. I've no time for comments. Should there be any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Thank you. We will be getting back to textile. It's a very wild subject. We can talk a lot about it. But now I want to invite the next speaker. We have Marta Kołacz with us, a curator, historian, who is doing design, and she promotes Polish designing and architecture. She graduated from Nicholas Copernicus University in Toruń, and she also is a graduate of public relation course. It was many years ago, and she is in semantics, and she is for these Art Academy in Gdańsk. Very interesting curator projects in Toruń, and those were dedicated to designing as well, Polish designing. And we've seen some projects like the Festival of Architecture and Design, Don't Forget About Me, Dreamers Meeting. So different type of events, very interesting initiatives. Unfortunately, those were forgotten now. But today's lecture is co-creator, women and design in the first years of the Gdańsk Academy of Fine Arts. And from very brief abstract that we've seen, we will have the words of tenderness, emotionality, and terms like fragments and tiny elements. So this story will be about small elements coming to us from the first co-creator of the Academy. So now over to you.
Halo?
I hope you can hear me.
To ja mogę prosić o chronologiczny czas włączenie prezentacji.
Okay, here is my presentation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hate to sit here and just speak, so I will be telling my story from this place. So first I want to tell you about signals, marginal events. I will be telling about contexts for the creation, which is why following this was what expressed by Nidla Nochlin, who was telling and who highlighted why we have so few great artists, women, female artists, or Shirley Bakley, who wrote in 1987, wrote a very interesting text, why there are no female designers. And they highlight, both of them, that we should not focus on biographies, but on the context for the biographies, to stop treating women whom we know as pioneers, and we should treat them as those who co-created. And well, here you see the first students who started their studies in 1940s and 1950s in the internal architectural school in Gdansk. So if we all look at the archive pictures from this faculty, well, here you see a ceremony with the professors from not only this faculty, but this is what it looked like. And what enchanted me, the history of design, the history of designing is one of very patriarchal and post-colonial and very patriarchal story about art. And I was interested with this vacuum, with the absence. In 1945, we see in the Academy at the Faculty of Interior Architecture and workshop of furniture interior, both run by men, by Włodzimierz Padlewski and Stanisław Listowski, both architects, educated architects. And first, in 1993, we see at the Faculty of Design the first workshop run by a woman. And the question is, what was in between? And really, did we have vacuum? Did we have nothing? So Krystyna Brandowska, well, you see it on your slide. So I started with archive pictures and students. We should look at who they are and why in this history, why they get lost in the history. And now very quickly, well, it seems the design faculty was very male-oriented, where more men would study. And within in the first years, from 1953, this faculty has first graduates, and we have now we have gender equality, really. Remember, this is 1953, but then in 1993, the first workshop. So I think that the first signal, not only in the history of design history, but that we have to look at is the context of who they were when they started the studies, as during, well, here, the Polish communist state is a very important context. As all of a sudden, the education stopped to be a privilege. we were talking about it in the context of Vienna Academy. The first women, they come from noble families, while 1945 is the year which introduced a completely new possibilities and options. And the second context, which we may see in this curriculum vitae, is that she can study first when she got married, when she has someone who can support her. And the second important aspect is that among the first graduates, many women, when they started the studies, or they got married, they were married, and or they got married, and then they became mothers, which shows clearly that quite often, which will be very visible, maybe not this slide, that they would combine academic work with work at home. So this is something which women have to take care of. Also in patriarchal Poland, it's really important just to look at it, at this aspect. Well, all the caring functions which they have to take meant that we have the files of women who started to study, but they would not necessarily graduate. And here one of my favorite situations, and I will read it out, okay? Because we look quite often at the history of women from the perspective of like not that they were aware of. To me, a very tender history was this piece here, from the application to the authorities of faculty by Maria Jędrasikowa in 1950, and I will read it out. In 1949, I began my studies as a married woman at the school in Sopot, and I declared that I will participate in lessons in the afternoons because of the work, because of the household, that because of as a married woman and a mother of two children aged 10 and 4, I'm responsible for my household. So in practice, I have to combine obligations, and I take every possibility of being present at the university. And in reality, both in the before noon and afternoon, I'm in the school. However, I cannot guarantee regular presence. My studies results from the first year give evidence that I'm really doing my best. At the background, please treat me as someone who studies simultaneously to my household. It's obvious that the household duties do not take shorter time than if you work in shops or in the industry. So, because in the first years, many students studied and then they had to go to work just to be able to support themselves. And the students who worked, they had the option to participate in the afternoon sessions only. So it was a privilege. By women who took care of the households did not have this privilege. So here, this application of Jędrasikowa and also positive response from the faculty is something which is that this issue has been noticed, and that there were women who could at that time who could fight for their rights. But what I have shown you, the voice of Jędrasikowa, is also interesting if we put it together with this article published in the magazine Poland. I found it a year ago in a book on the history of design from the vessels design. And just look how men are looking from these pictures, and the men. Men, they act, and the women, they are just there. This is how we make portraits of men versus women. And also, this is how women were treated, the famous artists from the university. female artists. They are of key importance to be able to understand the role of women at the university in 1950s. And in the history, I found a completely forgotten person, forgotten by the Academy and by the faculty, a designer, Maria Broczek-Petrycka, a first woman which was employed in 1964 at the design faculty. I will add that at the faculty, 6 graduates got the work. She was the 7th graduate. I'm not talking about additional posts of professors, but she was the very first graduate, female graduate, who got the job at the university, but the seventh job went to a woman. I can't highlight how helpful it was for her that her husband got the job there, Bolesław Petrycki, but I need to note it here. But Maria Broczek-Petrycka is absent in any publication on the faculty of design. I will call it like that because its name will change. Once it is there, then, well, just in a signature after the picture when she's among other people working in the faculty. So now let's try to understand why, because then we can understand the history in the design. What we see in the file of Petrycka in the archives is the very high grades and very good assessment given by her colleagues like Adam Haupt. So we know that here is the quote. Well, there was a lot of work in development of project assumptions in the form of theoretical lines or Hulk, and they result in a very big workload for people working in the faculty, including or in particular of Petrycka. But Petrycka never really was successful in her academic career, in contrast to her husband, who not only became the head of the institution, but he also became a dean. He was a pro-rector. And what's interesting, if we compare the biography of these two people, one from the official website of the ESP and the second one from the personal file of Petrycka, we see how much they're different. A very important aspect of this history of female designers. Women, very often in design, they would work in teams, and the teams were run by men, which is why their names got completely forgotten once the work would be signed. And there is nothing about, when I look through the files of Petrycki, nothing is really there about his cooperation with his spouse, which is again another reason why she is completely neglected. She's neglected as a designer as well. And the second source here, quite often, the sources would simply omit or they would assign designs to other creators. So now it's really very complicated to research the history of designers and female designers, and this is why we have this area of many errors, mistakes with attribution. In the searching project, I found, I identified 2 other women. We have Zofia Plęs, the first graduate, the first woman who graduated from this faculty, who moved to Gdańsk because her husband would work at the Technical University of Gdańsk, and she's not even there in the list of the graduates, which makes me believe she never graduated, but both got employment in the artistic design institute, and they are women which are completely unknown, just like their works unknown. And again, this is interesting, and I will refer to it because this type of situation is never the case for two other institutions which would work here, the textile institution and ceramic institutions. One of pictures, of many pictures, from the archive after Professor Józefa Wnykova, still unavailable and being in process. So first in 1974, we see first assistant professors, and this situation looks different, obviously, and the relation of women, especially in younger generation, it's getting us very close to the parity. While, just to send you a signal, as a historian of design, I want to refer to certain categorization in design thinking. So in activity of two women, Hanna Żuławska and Józefa Wnukowa, the fact that these two women, apart from their well-known activity within unique ceramics or textile, they also did some design. Here is the scan of project paper, and this is, and just after the first manifesto, the text which initiated this number, we have the second one. It's written by Józefa Wnukowa, which is about the Sopot textile, and which presents the works of artistic achievements, and it's about useful textile. And I could show you great works of these two artists. Sometimes it's about choice and silence. It's the book by Zofia Batrak-Tomczak. I'm sorry if I pronounced the name in the wrong way, but still, this is Wnukowa's activity and women's activity from the Textile Institute, which is now in silence. And we can't read too much about it in the most important application on the catalog of the 60-year anniversary, and not that much in the monographies of Wnukowa, published by the Sopot Museum. And if you look at the books published in Imperial on design, there is not even a single book where the Sopot institution and the activity of Wnukowa, they simply write that it's the most, definitely the most important event in design in this part of Poland. And now talking about ceramics, we have exactly the same situation. Here you see things in the history of school which are a bit silenced, forgotten, but present in the history on design in the Poland's communistic time. One of the theses which I can put is that specifically in the 50s, in the second part of 1940s and 1950s, the discipline which is today called design, in Poland we have the useful art. This is this term which is used, useful art, which is why it helps you to look not only from the patriarchal attitude to design, where we have architecture and furniture is the most important and dominating, but also we look at the disciplines which in design are perceived as less prestigious, which are textile, ceramics, which gave opportunity to women around institutes run by Żuławska or Wnukowa to be present at exhibitions, in catalogs. And I have no time now to tell you more about it. I could, well, I cut my presentation from 200 to 20 slides. But what's important, we have all range of works, of names, of women graduates from the painting faculty and sculpture faculty, where the works were shown on the exhibition of useful art in 1950s and 1960s in Poland, which shows that these are the areas where these women could really deliver the art. And it was easier for them to be noticed, to make career, compared to the disciplines which are purely in design. And my final slide now, and the conclusion. In the bottom corner, you see a picture. It's from the ASP and the works of Professor Józefa Wnukowa. Józefa Wnukowa exhibition in Hermitage. And in reality, that's important, it's a work made by Wnukowa to a coffee shop. To a coffee shop in Sopot, where she worked with the entire designers team. So to the school, it was really special in the first years of its operations. And then, as a result of categorization, this history simply slipped. And Wnukowa, in her memories, she writes that what was very important for the founders of the school was the synthesis of art and joint artistic designing. And in the activities of Żuławska, in architecture, and Wnukowa, in all spectrum of arts, in the signals that I've shown you. So, and also many other artists. We see it very clearly.
But now it's somewhat forgotten. However, we get to an important highlight. Shirley Buckley says that the problem with the history of design is the definition, which is so patriarchal, where design for a long time was only associated with industry, which excludes textile, ceramics, making them less prestigious. And when you look at books about the history of European design, you'll see that there's hardly any ceramics or textiles. It's just architecture and interior design. So what we're seeing happening now is bringing back these fields. But what's equally interesting, I'm looking for the right word. I don't want to offend anyone. But in the 1960s, which is the starting point, that's my final sentence. That's when artistic textile begins in Poland. And the artists are gaining fame. And so what is left behind is industrial design, utilities. And you can also see it in the history of our textile companies. I'm sure I've left 1,000 other things to say, but I hope what I've shown you gives you a better idea of the history of our school and the women before us. Thank you very much for listening. Right, thank you very much for that. I'm sure we'll revisit some of the ideas later on the discussion. And now over to Edyta Majewska and Jacek Staniszewski. I have to start with an introduction. Two voices working in the social propaganda studio. So we have two lecturers. We have Jacek Staniszewski, who's a graduate of the academy here, since 1992 a lecturer here. In the 1980s, co-creator of Gdańsk's independent artistic community, and also co-author, co-creator of different music formations. And the music stays on with you because you're creating or co-creating. What was the name? What was the name? Say it again. Anarchoporno? The collective, right? Because you did it with Ania Kalwaitis and Dorota Androsz and Kasia Lewandowska, yes. And Dorota Chylińska. Sorry, I left those names out. And again, the internet is lying. And now we have also Edyta Rosińska from Warsaw's Graphic School. And we've appreciated having her here since the year 2000. You do design graphics, illustrations, posters, very diverse work, includes photography, layouts of books and albums. You are, I'm not sure, artistic director and author of the Media Art magazine and other magazines as well. You work with a number of publishing houses and institutions of culture. You're clearly very active. And the two of you together will be presenting the Social Propaganda Studio Design of Ideas. That's the topic of your presentation. And it's interesting that you make references to Krystyna Janiszewska. And in your texts, you use words such as empathy and care. Really interesting, because it's going back to the things I think we should have in design, and I hope that they are changing design for good. So over to you guys. I would like to relate to the previous lecture about what you said about Józefa Wnukowa. I'm not sure if you've heard the laudation by the professor, because he referred to Józefa Wnukowa as a collaborator doing socialist work. But I have to tell you, Józefa Wnukowa was accused of collaborating with the authorities. This was the socialist realism period, and a letter was written to protest against such a view of her. So just to be clear, having listened to the previous lecture, Józefa Wnukowa is a foundation of the school, and making those claims really doesn't go well with the dignity of her. Okay, first of all, a very warm welcome. Hello to everyone, and thank you for having us at this conference. I would like to introduce you to our studio. I don't know how to use this. Can anyone help me with changing the slides? I've got it now. Try and focus on this picture and imagine yourself in that ambience. What are we looking at? This is the old town in Gdańsk, right after the war. In the forefront is Teresa Pongowska. At the time, a very young person, and her connection to the academy here in Gdansk, it really goes back to 1950. Her final exam was in 1951 in Poznań. However, she's already here in Gdansk as assistant to Professor Deiser, who was the rector at the time. What are they busy doing? This is absolutely magnificent. Because these people, including Wnukowa and Żuławska, they were all involved in restoring the city of Gdansk, making decorations to the facades. If you want to know more about this, then perhaps you should read a publication by Anna Waligórska. It's available in the virtual library. And there's a chapter dedicated to this story when they were painting the facades. Our professors, and I don't really know what word to use to say female professor. This may sound funny in Polish when we say profesora to mean a female professor. Those words haven't been around for long enough, and it makes people smile to hear such words. This is from the archives of the schools, of this school, and these tenement houses are still there with the paintings. They haven't been changed at all. Recently, our studio for wall painting has renovated this. Now, this is Professor Pongowska, a painter. And where do we come in with our social propaganda studio? I think in those days, people were more involved with community work. It may be coming back now because of Ukraine, but with consumptionism, we lost a lot of that. But the generation of those years was very much about ideas. So this is Professor Pongowska working on a house. This is number 38, and she also worked on 35 and 23. The other person is Professor Teiser. Teresa Pongowska was assistant to 2 studios. She worked for Professor Teiser and Professor Pilecki. And the last studio, well, she actually ran it single-handedly for 2 years. Now this photograph is more of a personal photograph. Teresa Pongowska had spent her life at the academy, and she made friends with her students. They referred to her as Teresa rather than professor, as she always had the Dachshund. And she moved out of Sopot 1964, and she moves to Warsaw because of a relation she started with Henryk Tomaszewski, a poster artist. This is my private photograph. You don't see me here, but this is when we were doing the corrections. This is about the streets of Warsaw's Royal Tract. And so photographs were taken of the different houses there along the tract. And Teresa Pongowska was a lecturer there until 1992. In 1988, she became professor. Her paintings in the corridors of the rector's building. The person in her paintings, well, it wasn't much of a feminist manifesto, although, and it's something that I know directly from her, when she was married to Henryk Tomaszewski, she was living in his shadow. And on many occasions, for example, when there was the poster biennale in Warsaw, artists would come, and to them, Henryk Tomaszewski was a guru. And she asked her friends to tell them that I also have something to say and something to show for my name. And of course, she was an outstanding artist. And now on to Krystyna Janiszewska. In 1976, she completed her diploma work in the Faculty of Graphics. She was the wife of Janiszewski, and well, thank you for introducing me to her. The white and red flag in the symbol of solidarity is what she created. So it was made both by Janiszewski and his wife, because Walesa himself, well, that's a recognized thing. It's been acknowledged, and there is no discussion about this. She helped co-create this iconic symbol. But her story goes back to 1976. The studio she was studying in was commissioned to prepare a poster about the October Revolution. And their proposal was the winning proposal. As a result, the posters were put up across Poland, 75,000 copies. But a side effect of this is that an uncle, a relative, appeared in their life. So Krystyna opens the door, and there's the uncle, and he says, "Hi, Krystyna, I'm your uncle. Don't you remember me?" And there was flowers, alcohol, and sausages. During the times of crisis, they were great gifts to bring as a guest. And having such a relative was a perfectly normal thing, because people didn't make appointments. We didn't have mobile phones, and we really didn't have landlines either. However, what actually happened was that her and her husband fell victims to the work of a secret agent, and he moved in and stayed with them for a year. Now here's another poster to celebrate the anniversary of the December events, the uprising, and that really pushed her to doing more ideology. Initially, she wasn't that interested, but it's the history that she was part of that made her do this. Now, the history about this, by this time, they had graduated from the university, and some people got together and they had some brainstorming exercise to create some work to commemorate this anniversary. But two hours into the process. They didn't have any specific ideas. She would just bring it tea and sandwiches. And on one of the plates, she brought a piece of paper with her proposed idea. And they said, no point working anymore on this. Her design is the best. And that was the winning design. Just as a reminder, this is the symbol of solidarity. Initially, it wasn't just the name Solidarity, Solidarność in Polish. It had a different name. I'm forgetting now what it was. But anyway, there was the letter M, and the flag was supposed to be put up above M because Janiszewski wanted to create a symbol where the letters are to represent a crowd. But what she said, there's something missing here. I think we need a flag. And that flag is really characteristic. And it's contributed to this new font. Now moving on to propaganda, so that we can both speak. These works are by our students, both men and women, although 80% are women in our studio. Our studio works for ideas. We wanted to set up the studio so that people that have some ideas about social problems, we want them to be fully prepared to engage into this. What we don't want are accidental people, which is like you normally get when you are supposed to donate 1% of your income tax to an NGO. And normally this is handled by organizations that are commercial. So what we do is we educate and train people in our studio that can understand the problem. It gives them a chance to analyze the social problem. This is very much about teamwork. Just like you have Doctors Without Frontiers, we are graphic artists without frontiers. To start with, we are showing you posters developed in 2018 to celebrate 100 years of women's voting rights. In Sopot, we were given a special outdoor pillar where we can put up our posters. And perhaps this is in line with the policy of the authorities of Sopot. So they give us a lot of slack, and it's probably because the authorities of Sopot are pretty liberal and in opposition to the current government. And as we were working on the topic, 100 years of women's rights, we had Erasmus students. And so we talked about women's voting rights in the different countries. This is Spain. And Poland doesn't look that bad. I mean, Germany is the same. After World War I, that's where women were granted voting rights. Now, take Portugal. They haven't had, this law hasn't been around for too long. So even though rights were granted, and even though the Constitution specifies this very clearly, what we also know is that the law isn't always adhered to, especially to the on left-hand side. We have this excellent work by an artist from Belarus, Maria Koszalewa, and it's been exhibited at different competitions. And it shows how things should be and the fact that they are not like that. We only have 3 minutes. Okay, so I will do the clicking and you do the talking. There's always so much more to say and to show, but the works we're showing relate to women in all dimensions. This is the work of young people. It's not that they suddenly become wiser when they come to our studio, but at least we help them become immersed in the problem. They come from different backgrounds and worldviews. When we had women's strikes, a student approached us like, I don't really agree with this, and I prefer to work on Women's Day rather than women's strike. When we worked on the Nobody project, one of the students came with an idea that was really cruel, with a screwdriver right in the woman's body. But we worked with her. Yes, I mean, we want students to follow their ideas, but also to convince the viewers. Our studio also speaks with the Academy, and we spoke several times when the education reform was being introduced. We also protested against Mr. Głódź. We didn't want him here. So we can be the troublemakers sometimes, which may be bad given the political situation we have in Poland today, but there's no way out of this. And this is the advertisement pillar that we have in Sopot. This is dedicated to stop to sexual violence. City Hall showed it at other exhibitions as well. And the final slide, it's us and our female students at the Maidan in 2014. You can see the barricades at the Maidan. This was happening when things were a bit relaxed, but you could still see the effects of the conflict. And in the picture is Eugenia Tenna, who comes from Lviv. And today, she's an assistant to the typography studio at the Faculty of Graphic Arts. And to end with, this is by Maria Koszalewa. And let me finish the presentation on this note today. Thank you so much. And now on to the last presentation in this panel. Can we have Martyna Miller? She's an interdisciplinary artist, a graduate, an artist, anthropologist. She graduated from Anthropology, Warsaw University, and she also graduated from direction in Sarajevo. She's just defended her PhD. She's co-creator of Tena and the author of Sex in Situ, and she's the founder of the Dolly Project, which is a social and architectural experiment of collective care, and it's that word coming up again. This project is between art, design, architecture, and social sciences. It's a place that's based on close relations, empathy, and care. Yesterday, we watched your movie as part of the Love Stories project. Today, its intimacy, sexuality, and effect in and towards the Academy.
Poproszę opuszczenie filmu.
Can we see the video first? It lasts 22 minutes and it's part of my PhD. And this was intuition of Iza Gustowska, my tutor. She wanted me to show it here because if it wasn't for women's support, that project wouldn't have come into existence. The project was reviewed by Iwona Demko, and the other reviewer was Agata Zbylt. The work is titled Sex in Situ. It's an archive that I had been collecting for 6 years, and let me talk you through this. That's my thought. Right, let me begin with what you're seeing now. What you see is a compilation of 3 screens which were presented in the Poznań Pavilion just a few days before the outbreak of the war on 3 4-meter screens. You can see where they come together. So 3 sections that I've merged into one composition. There are 34 people there who, over the last 6 years, had worked with me, providing performative realizations of their sexual memories and experiences. They are doing it on their own in a black theater space, and this is to recreate that person, perhaps another person, and a camera. So this was the basis to have a conversation about the experience, about what happened. And it was also an experience which is quite unique.
And it opens full scope of opportunities to what sexual experience really is. My starting point in 2016, when I started together with Olga Szymuda, and we were at this performative dialogue in Polanki. Olga is from Gdańsk. We started this work, and we were convinced that something was really wrong with sexual visuality, which is subordinated to pornographic imagination. It is based on sight only, and it is objectifying a woman. So we have decided to get close to sexuality in its full dimension, including emotions and relations. We decided that sexuality is a social space, and unjustly it was pushed away into the subconsciousness sphere. In my doctoral thesis, I put this thesis. I will not develop it here because we don't have enough time. But it's not a coincidence that in one moment in history, we had photography, a video movie then, and simultaneously we see the new definition of pornography evoked by Pompeii and closing it against the citizens in Victorian England, and psychoanalysis. All of it is closely interrelated. And in my work, I'm wondering whether it is possible to get sexuality out of the subconsciousness something which is close with the Oedip triad of mother, father, and child, and to get it back to discussion, conversation, and sharing. People here had different types of motivations why they participated in the project, but what is similar to all of them is that they make maybe not a community, but a kind of community of experience. This is around 50 people with this specific experience, and we may be talking about it, confront them, and think with time how this experience had impact on us, whether it brought along some changes, whether it was significant to us, and also we want to watch whether it had impact on access to our own expression or comment on your own body or what we are doing in the intimacy space. In my work, I refer mainly to nature. And this idea of nature is important. It's also a thesis from my work that without crossing the definition of what's nature is social towards nature and the post-humanistic studies and feminist studies wouldn't be able to deliver the project. And in the beginning, I was focusing in the work on the lack of a partner, what's coming out of the lack, of this gap. And but later, I started to be aware of the generosity of this gesture of be more democratic about access of yourself and open your body, maybe some fears, to everybody and everything, to give it back not towards another person, but to exceed the essence of an individual and to get connected with a matter as such. I got a lot of support from the Deleuze-Guattari theory in Anti-Oedip, where they say that it's not the truth that our sexuality is born via fear against castration and projection of lack of penis of mother, which the child is to fill in. They say that we are craving machines and that our sexuality is shaped in contact with everything, with temperature, with an object, with color, everything which we experience ever since we've become a matter. Which is why sexuality is not the domain of fantasy. It's not the space of superstructure, but it's in the foundation, the basis. It's something absolutely basic, which should be discussed in the terms of production and not fetish. This video has been constructed, which is interesting. I'm very happy that I'm in this panel, and I'm very happy that we have started from elements, because this is the composition of all these bodies, but I have 4 elements decided. This is water, we had fire, and soon we'll have air, and everything will be concluded by, well, Tina will, I will give floor to her. And I'm very happy that I'm in the space of textile and thinking the textile categories, as I could not run away from the video medium. Today it's not possible, and I believe that sexuality today and images connected with it are linked with the video medium. And first, from the inside, when we construct this medium, which I tried to do in this work, because then we can go beyond that and start discussion from a different point. But the process is really slow. And in a way, it is a discussion which all of us have. And these images and the final organic forms which come from performances, individual performances, they come from how I experience it with all these people. What do we talk about? What seems important from the perspective of time? They are different. Some are given like in a moment, or some are presented in its entire form. And it comes from a process which we are in continuously. I collect, the project is going on, I collect recordings, I invite everybody who would want to confront with this part of your world, and it will be transforming. At present, it is like a reef. I found this metaphor in my last year when I was working on my doctoral thesis. And I wanted to come back to the beginning of the cinema, to my bridge experiments, in context with my personal trauma. And in the metaphor, it introduces activism, which is so important to me. And it's something I really wanted to contribute to this conference. I believe today it is very important to integrate academia and different types of academia and beyond it. 5 minutes. Yeah, I'm almost there. Let us wait till the video gets to the end because it's 22 minutes long. So I will not keep you much longer here. For each of these persons, sexual space is the space of fight. And if you want to share what's really in intimacy, it's the will to change, to break your the feeling of being shy. I have a full list of my thanks, but I wanted to get it from the other side. I wanted to tell you about all the women who contributed to the work, but maybe at the first contact I need to explain things. In 20 minutes, it's not long enough. But I know that to those of you we have here, well, the first gesture, the first person was Antigona and Edka Jarząb, who works with voice in the space of protest and emancipation. We have Dobrawa, who's a psychologist and artist. She is working with breath and different transgressive methods of work with your body. We have also Ola here, who's trying to change the law on sexual workers in Poland. She has podcasts like Two Girls about the Third Girl. And here we have Kasia, who is the Paradox Festival on women directors of documents. In Kasia, we had this first recording in 2017, and I accompany her in her sexual life ever since its very beginning. We have recorded it many times, and we will keep recording it. We have Mariola here, Przyjemska, great artist, anarchist, a unique person, and here close to her, we have Małga Kubiak, my artistic mama. And we have Planeta Kus, Julia Kliwicz, who is very involved in these days in support to her countrymen from Ukraine. We have Marta Majkowska, great artist, Anka, who studies psychiatry and who found me by my announcement in Codziennik Feministyczny. So my call was a response to her internal cry. She felt for the first time that she has taken away from her eyes of all these people, and for the first time she did something just for herself in this space. A very important moment which evoked an avalanche of changes in her life. Zoya and Kaya, who clearly decided about her borders of her intimacy. For 20 minutes, she was doing the same loop-like movement. This is something which she can give to me, but nothing else. But she wanted to be part of this project. So the strategy towards it will vary. Sometimes we see an obstacle, a blockade. The experience will be stopped, but it's really important that people who are in the project should feel comfortably and safe. Although the project is a motivation for overreaching your own borders, your own limits, but not the limits of your comfort zone. To many people, this is about exceeding social taboo, but they want to remain in line with what they agree to. I believe it's very important. So I don't know whether I should say something more. Here we have air. The Aaron Taras is dear. I had great conversation with him about asexuality. I may say something more should you have any questions. But if not, I will leave you with this video for the last minutes of it. Thank you so much. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for the discussion. But should there be any question, or do you have anything you want to say something now, then just go ahead. Kasia Lewandowska. I just want to compliment the last intervention. A beautiful work, really. Thank you. I've seen it several days ago on the Facebook from Agata Zborut. And I just want to tell you about an exhibition. Porn something. It's the reversal of this negative perspective towards pornography. It's a very engaged art, total art. So I put the things together. So you want to show this work, right? I have some folders with names of participants. It's like puzzles that I can freely use them. And I know this material by my heart. I like to think about it as if I were sewing it. I know it really well. So maybe for post-porn, it will be like a special composition to them, maybe with new recordings, because all the time it's being updated. And I see here a similarity of Ada Schreger's sensitivity and yours, and this sexuality, nature, this blooming. We had I know about some people, students, who will participate in this undertaking. So I really keep my fingers crossed. At last, I have a feeling that it's a lifetime decision of Gutek, that he will not be sorry for that, because this is time for to have the insight into our relations, into our sexuality, into our mind. I'm really surprised that Poland, Warsaw, didn't have this festival before. Well, I believe we have to restore the balance between the parities for designing. Well, women have to be in this sphere of designers as teachers and designers, because the recipients of all the goods, the objects of art, in huge part, these are women. If the things are designed by men only, then it might be difficult. Professor Janta Rudzka, let me now for this short comment, to give this short comment. I was following the discussion, and really I'm impressed by this project. Great day, really. My presentation was very pragmatic and very didactic, really. But maybe if I had my personal aspects, it would have been different. But my comment is that even in this design scope, the situation, having in mind number of women who study now at artistic universities, quite naturally, the labor market is improving in saturation in women designers. My graduates, they go to very good, they end up in very good design companies, but also they go towards art. Well, we have had many historic information evoking to the very difficult beginnings, but today we have many women. We have this, we have the women's strike, or what you say today, what you've shown today. It's an evidence that there is field for us, there is room for us, so that we will not be looking at ourselves and by the oppressor's eyes. We need to be determined. Now we have this balancing between professional work and homework, to find your role in this roles of mother, cook, and lover. So I've been doing it my entire life, trying to find this balance, and we have our strength within us. So let's do it. Let's use all what's available, and let's believe in effectiveness of our activities. I'm really proud that we have these activities. And now because of my professional work, I'm very much of a designer, but I also rediscovered the world of art and textile, which disappeared from me before. So now I'm really happy to say that we are really ahead. We women can. Yeah, really, we have heard a lot of female names. We have heard a lot of female names, and all of us, we understood that we are many. So now we will be having a short break, 15 minutes. So let's be back at 5:15. Please be back. And thank you for your presence here. Thank you.
już mogę?
Yeah, hello. I would like to begin the last panel, the last part of our conference. And this part will be about art education, but also about some new values and new people in art education, as well as new artists. And we will talk about what is changing recently in art institutions and in society in general, and also at the Academies of Fine Art. So as mentioned before, today we have guests from Vienna, and these guests, some of them are also taking part in the exhibition Women at the Academies that you can see at our Aula Gallery. And Marina Grzinic, who is with us, she's one of the artists presenting her video and at the exhibition. And she will also talk about this video. I would like first to introduce you, Marina Grzinic. I'm sure that some of you have already heard about her, because Marina Grzinic is an artist, but she's also a philosopher and art critic. And she is also since 1993, she is employed at the Institute of Philosophy at the Scientific and Research Center of the Slovenian Academy of Science and Arts. I hope that's still
Yes.
correct information.
It's correct, yes.
And Marina Grzinic is also a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna, where she leads the class Post-Conceptual Art Practices Studio. And I had the honor to have a lecture, even more lectures, at this studio. And I also can say that the studio is very much involved in social art. But maybe Marina can better tell you about her practices and also about the activities of her students. And I would like to tell that we have also two other speakers in this panel. And one of them is Katarzyna Lewandowska, who is teaching at our Academy of Fine Arts, but she is also very much, she's an art theoretician, but also art critic and curator. And she is very much involved in the activity with students, and also in fighting for women's rights, the rights of minorities, and she is also organizing a lot of events, and she is actively participating in protests against the violence. And our last speaker is Irena Zieniewicz. Irena Zieniewicz is the youngest one, and she currently teaches at the Academy of Art in Szczecin. And Irena Zieniewicz is also very much involved in the topics such as immigration, discrimination, identity, human rights, and she is an artist. She works in such domains like sculpture, installation, site-specific artworks, but also in painting and graphic design. So now the first lecture um, will be by Marina Grzinic, and Marina Grzinic prepared the lecture for half an hour, and she is a keynote speaker for this panel. And the title is A New Generation of Artists at the Vienna Academy, Marisa Lobo, Asma Aid, Jennifer Nidhi Airo.
Yeah.
So,
okay, so I hope you hear me well.
yes,
Yes, I will actually start with a share screen. I hope this is working.
yes,
Yes, okay. So, what is the what is my talk today? My talk today is, as it was announced, this idea when I was invited to talk about the academy and the women in the academy. I said it's at least three positions that has to be emphasized: Marisa Lobo, Asma Ayad, and Jennifer Didi Irach. And why? Because they present a generation of artists developing anti-racist, lesbian, and anti-binary gender structure that is actually developing a powerful new aesthetics of tomorrow. In the present, this is also a very important political discourse. So my presentations today wants to actually go to see how they develop what is possible to call a decolonial Muslim lesbian queer positions that enters and clash the ossified academies of fine arts in Europe. The one thing must be clear that the line of racial, class, and gender segregation has been drawn from within the European academies, the academy, for centuries, even after admitting white women or today allowing so-called, I say so-called democratization, admitting students of color, but not allowing them to teach, or rarely allowing them to teach. So this dividing line remains. I have decided to reflect on the three positions that have had and are still having, with their work, deeply put under question these lines of division within the institution in the last decade, so in the last 10 years. They were students of the academy, or still are, but definitely my view is they are the best example of a political, aesthetical, and critical position in the academy. Uh, the greatest impact by them that will be presented is that they establish a very precise discourse of anti-racism, anti-black racism, and anti-Muslim racism. So a critique of these discourses. And also they put under question the stubborn biological gender divide that testifies that the boundary between men and women runs only along the heterosexual patriarchal system. So this biological division has to be put under question. And why? Because we want a trans, pluriversal, decolonial feminism when we talk about women. Uh, uh, this concept of decoloniality that they developed and bring to the surface, I can make a definition with quoting from a book from 2013. That means really in the last decade, with the title Vocabulary of Decoloniality. And in that book, we put a certain definition what this decoloniality can be. The concept of decoloniality offers a radical opportunity to rethink learning processes from positions that are not exclusively Western, but are informed by other political, social contexts and perspectives. And in this line resides the power of these three positions. The concept of decoloniality offers a rebellious position against colonialism and in all its contemporary forms of colonial subjugation, exploitation, and discrimination. So, making such a context, I start with the first example or the first position, Marisa Lobo. Who is Marisa Lobo? Black feminist activist that studied at the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna in the post-conceptual art practices. She is member of MAIS, Autonomous Center of and for Migrant Women in Linz, that had last year 25 years of existence, is a unique place. And now she is in charge of the project Smashing Words or Words that lasts until the end of 2022. She is an Afro Brazilian living as migrant in Europe. She reflects on the continuities of colonialism and its everyday effect on Black subjects concerning sexism, homo, transphobia, and racism. She lives between precarity and utopia, being involved in different initiatives against racism and sexism. How I introduce her? She has a variety of works, but I go back to the book that I quote, and this is the title, The Vocabulary of Decoloniality, that was edited by the editorial group for writing insurgent genealogies. We published this book as part of the Studio for Post-Conceptual Art. Marisa Lobo was taking part in the editorial board. But what is the biggest interest of my talk is this last page of the book, a book of 500 pages. And on the last page of the cover, in the back cover, we see these photos that you also see. And in these photographs, what is important is that is the conference that we put like the last image of the book, the conference of refugees that were protesting in Vienna, and there in the center of this important table stays Marisa Lobo. This is an we did the photo was taken in 2012, and it was really a remarkable historical photograph of that press conference. What was that press conference? Because it's exactly 10 years from now. In November 24, 2012, it was a march by the refugees from Afghanistan, Pakistan, that started from the Refugee Reception Center in Traiskirchen. This is a place that is about 20 kilometers from Vienna. That group of refugees, hundreds of them, with Marisa and others positions from the academy, from the PCAP, but also in general, marched to the center of Vienna. There they established the refugee protest camp with tents, kitchen and activities in the Sigmund Freud Park in front of the church, Votivkirche, in the center of Vienna. This camp was evicted in December 28, 2012. After negotiations, the refugees entered with this camp in the church, freezing cold. They were there and nothing happened. No demand was actually absorbed. In that moment, they started to go to hunger strike. So the image that we could see is in that church, and it's a historical press conference demanding for rights. This was 10 years ago. What is going on today? This is really a historical work that was done already in that decade, because today we see selected racialized support for what they call real refugees from Ukraine, white and nationals, while all the others are absolutely not important. So in 10 years, refugees from Middle East face only wars endless barbed wire. And one Slovenian journalist writes, that is an independent journalist, we see a world that did nothing to end the wars in the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia. The world that has built modern concentration camps on Greek islands. This is what we see now in relations to what's going on in Europe. And he asks, can empathy ever be selective? Uh, Also in 2016, she connected to Latin America, and we organized an important meeting in the Academy with the title A Genealogy of the Practices of the Present, a critique of the colonial feminist reason coming from the historical experience in Latin America. This was a lecture and a debate Marisa Lobo moderated by another exemplary woman, Euderquis Espinosa, writing on Feminismo decolonial. And what is she saying? Also in relations to this demand to have women in the academy. She says, we see that there is no universal feminism as proposed by the legacy of Eurocentric modernity. If we find no surprises in the statement that feminism encounters modernity, we must nevertheless ask ourselves how one can be willing to follow it in regions of the world where modernity reveals itself only for what it is: racist, Eurocentric, capitalist, imperialist, and colonial. This argument illuminates the different interests between feminism and, on the other side, anti racist, anti colonial, and decolonial struggles in the region. And this is actually what Marisa brought directly in the academy almost a decade in the past and is still there, and it's an important moment. I go to the second position. This is Asma Ayad. Who is Asma Ayad? Is a Viennese conceptual artist, activist, and youth worker. She completed her bachelor degree in political science and is currently studying at the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna in the post-conceptual art practices and completing her master in gender studies on the topic on Islamic feminism. Her activism and artistic work deal with anti-racism, feminism, and the deconstruction of stereotypes. She is the co-founder of Salam Oida, an initiative to celebrate Muslim culture and art in Austria. In her works, like This Is Not a Headscarf or The Invisible or Visible Mosques, she talks about her Muslim identity in Austria and Europe and topics of discrimination, representation, and art. So, what is the work of Asma Yad? Asma Yad had uh, presented a very important multi-layered community art and cultural project with the title Muslim Contemporary. This was realized in the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna from 8 to 30 November 2021. There was many position and works, talks and lectures. Here you can see the poster of this Muslim Asterix contemporary. And for this whole project, she also did what I said, and it was written here, maybe to be very clear, a project specifically for this cultural project of Muslim Contemporary with the title The 9th of November 2020. So what what consisted that the 9th of the November 2020? You see part of the installation that was presented at the Academy, the artwork of Asma Yad. You can see another view onto this installation with the title The 9th November 2020. You can see also the other part from this installation in that space, in which we had talks, we had workshops, lectures, readings, and many other artistic works. What what was the point of that specific project by Asma Ayad? In the early morning of the 9th of November 2020, 60 house searches took place as part of the so-called Operation Luxor in Vienna and then in whole Austria. This was large-scale raid that took place exactly 1 week after the deadly terrorist attack in Vienna, the 2nd of November 2020. I think many of you remember. It was a big case in many journals and in Europe. But this action of the 9th of November 2020, it was the largest police action of the Second Republic, with almost 1,000 officers involved. Around 5 a.m., 5 in the morning, the officers gain access to Muslim office premises, but also to residential houses and family apartments by Muslim families in a very coordinated action. Men, women, and children were torn from their sleep, and heavily armed officers were searching for evidence that can be seized in order to incriminate them. And what you see here in this image or in this one is actually a reconstruction of what happened in many of that intimate spaces and their apartments. So Muslim contemporary, as Asma Ayad stated and also presented in the introduction and in the text as part of the project, has made a proposal, and this is her this was her intention, has made a proposal that comes from her deep activation in the civic space of Austria to live and share her own and community practices and knowledge. So Asmayat is an Austrian citizen in the full sense of the word, language, school, education, but always negotiated as the other. So she brought this process of racializations again as Marisa Lobo from another point of view directly in the academy. And this happened in the last 2 years. And we know that in the 30s, the Nazis galloped toward the Reichstag. And today we have fascist populism, the rise of anti Semitism. And we know that Austria never went through a tough denazification. Today, the rise of anti Muslim racism mixed with anti black racism and anti Asian racism is something that worries us and calls to action. So, such positions that is presented by Asma Ayad, what I talked before by Marisa Lobo, they open the path for us to be very, very alert and to start to think and change also the demands of the critical discourse inside the institution. What we see these days and last years is the right wing mob taking over public space, fake news, and looting by the political elite, hostility, fear, a breakdown in the distribution of the sensible, as the French theoreticians Rancière will say, and our inability to think a future. But with us, Mayat, see this new generation of artists here around. They want to work and live and think. Voila, I said. So here we are. Now is the third case. Didi Jennifer Irach. Who is Didi Jennifer Irach? She is based in Vienna and currently has completed her Master in Critical Studies at the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna. Her artistic focus lies on analog film and photography and other visualization of black queerness and feminism, highlighting topics such as home safety and utopia. So, if you thought that Marisa Lobo and Asma Ayad are too political, and you said no, the political has nothing to do with art. That is another myth. It has to do a lot. But if you thought until now, with Didi Iroh, we can enter directly onto the aesthetical and see how to actually racism is part of the aesthetical and how we can also put under question aesthetical racism and dismantle that aesthetical racism through other engagements in art and theory. So, a work by uh, uh, Didi Irach. I just took one poster with the title Place Related Artistic Practices, a conversation between Susan Blythe and Didi Jennifer Irach. Why I took only this poster and not maybe a work to show what Didi is doing? Because I didn't ask, not even Marisa, not even uh, Asma, not even Didi, if I can use and talk about the work. I took only what was publicly presented because this is my position or seeing the academy. And I said I don't need an authorization because I will take only what we could see in the public field. And that public field allowed us to actually think about these positions, allowed us to use our faculty of thinking and instead to always talk about ourselves and our, so to say, whiteness, we can start to talk about things and political positions and actions and projects that really matters for the world that wants a future. So I can only show you this. I cannot show you the master work because I didn't ask for this and I have no the authorization. But what was this poster? This poster actually was a talk from 2019. It was again organized at the Academy for Fine Arts in Vienna, and it was a conversation between Susan Blythe and Didi Irach, organized within the lecture series on anti-racist black people of color and migrant perspectives from art and education. So, again, in the center of the institution, through a big engagement by many, all these topics are present for more than a decade, but definitely for a decade. The master thesis of Didi uh, had and has a title Reconfigurations of Photographic Practices. So we are here in the middle of art. And this was actually completed, and also the defense was in January 2022. So if I'm coming toward the end, what Didi Ira did? She introduces authors who point to new ways of seeing and doing. She by herself do another type of photography and introducing these authors, rethinking the possibilities of the photography of the future, photography that will work with other positions. She quotes Tina Kampt. And Tina Kampt, practically like Didi Iroch now, Tina Kampt already in 2017 and before began an investigation uh, with not only watching but listening, literally listening to photography. She wrote a book in 2017 on this topic, Tina Camp. And the aim of that book is to present other affective frequencies. So, of photographs taken in relation to the Black community. So, it's about frequencies, it's about temporalities, it's about dramatic waves. And here is the image of this book, the tower with the title Listening to Images by Tina Camp. So, what we have there and what is influential for the work of Didi and relates to her artistic practice and bring a very important view on what can be a new aesthetic approach connected with political activation. So, Tina Camp in this book and the work that she is doing took photographs from an early 20th century prison in Cape Town to post war Birmingham passport photos and many other cases. But all these photos that she takes, and Didi is also working on this topic, originally designed to dehumanize, police, and restrict their subjects, so conveying the tension of colonialism. And Camp is actually making a switch of this because she is using discourses like Didi on black futures and black feminist theory. So feminism is not one, white feminism is only one line, and black feminist theory is bringing really new possibilities for us. And what is Tina Camp doing? She takes this tool of colonialism. Colonialism presented a certain way of doing photographs, but when through black futures and black feminist theory, practically she repurposes them for us to hear and share their moments of what? Refusal, rapture, and imagination. And precisely with refusal, rapture, and imagination, we can think of all these three positions. They are producing a new possibilities for the academies in Europe, dismantling their unbelievable Eurocentrism and opening a new kind of world, a world that will be not selective toward refugees and that actually will not dehumanize one, but will actually respect humanity in a much global scale. So, this is the story of what the women in Europe in the academy can be. And to us is actually to really materialize this possibility and not just to show them in PowerPoints, but give them a voice when they finish the studies that they can also enter and teach in the institutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina, for your amazing speech. And I'm really happy that you refer to all this question of feminism, or rather many type of feminisms, that it depends of color of the skin, it depends on many other factors. And of course, we have a lot other identities, not only men and women. So the title of the conference, Women at the Academies of Fine Arts, it doesn't mean that we end with men and women, and it's just a starting point to refer to many other topics and to talk about the many different ways of discrimination and our possibilities to fight against it. So we will go back to all these interesting issues, and also to the artists that I remember, Asma Ayat from your studio, and I also had the chance to see the exhibition Muslim Contemporary, and I would like to refer to it later. But now I would like to invite Katarzyna Lewandowska. And Katarzyna Lewandowska, the title of her or her presentation is Feminism of Care, Strategies and Activities at the Academy of Fine Arts in Gdańsk. Tam, Kasiu, może byś... Chcesz tutaj? So Marina, Katarzyna will speak in Polish, so you have to change the language in Zoom.
Thank you very much. Yes, I know this.
Proszę Państwa, podczas wystąpienia
So, ladies and gentlemen, in my presentation, I'm going to talk you through strategies and activities that I've been doing on my own and collectively at this Academy in Gdańsk, which are based on feminism of care and empowerment.
nie wiem, czy to jest słuszne, językoznawcy
The English word empowerment translates with only with some difficulty into Polish. I've come up with my solution. I don't know whether language experts will agree with me, but the idea is to fight misogyny, racism, and homophobia. In what we do, we stand with those excluded, and during our artistic work, we protest against the systemic order. You can see this in practice and in theory. We deliver positive strategies. We always start with the intersectional perspective. This lecture is a collective lecture, and we wouldn't have it here if it wasn't for the talks and meetings and work with many people. I've been inspired strongly by Ola Dera. She's a philosopher and lecturer at the Institute of Philosophy. She was the founder of Gender Studies. Bell Hooks, and we'll have more about her later. And that's because I want to refer to the pedagogy of care, which Bell Hook proposed. And then in the second part of my presentation, I'm going to talk you through the practices we have here at this academy, which is largely a collective effort. Let me start with the positive strategies. This is part of what we do, and it's part of our sensitivity. On a daily basis, I redefine myself anew, and I'm learning. And as I read contemporary philosophical texts referring to the culture and the social ideas, I think clearly there are four strategies that are visible in the texts and activities, which is the feminist strategies, LGBTQ+, decolonization, ecological strategy. So four strategies, you might think they are separate, especially because they are listed separately, but they are intertwined and they are complementary. None is more important than the other. It is a purely horizontal layout. With these four strategies, What emanates are other sensitivities, ideas, and activities, which you can see listed here. So the positive and good strategies could include others. I'm just using these key ideas, which evidently come across in the texts that I read. That explains why I've used these particular words. I use bold font for the key ideas here. Care is one of them, which is related to feminism of care, something we're doing at the Academy in our everyday lives, in our work and art and social engagement. And intersectionality, a perspective that includes everyone. It's based on coexistence, co-feeling, impartial empathy to the other person, for the other person. The positive strategies are in opposition to negative or bad strategies, which are inscribed in the system. That's what makes it so difficult to change them into positive strategies, because there's a whole system behind the negative strategies. So these are the bad strategies that we experience on a daily basis. Our lives are surrounded by them, they are there, but we need to fight them. We have to show resistance towards evil. All of these strategies practically come under one umbrella of patriarchy. I think this word carries the significance of how bad these strategies are. Now, bell hooks. And that's in the context of working at this academy, working with young people, people of different sensitivities. And bell hooks is my guide, especially when it comes to the pedagogics of care. I never read bell hooks' texts in the context of pedagogics of care. I was familiar with her from the text by Ewa Majewska. This is the only book translated into Polish, and it's a very good translation. So to me, I associated bell hooks as a feminist fighting for black feminism, who's in opposition to white feminism. Now, pedagogics of care is so important, especially in the context of my situation and my personal experience at the Academy. So very briefly, let me talk you and myself through the pedagogics of care. This may sound utopian, and remember, what she proposed was 30 years ago. She had a really tough time at the university. She was a lecturer, and her ideas were not comprehended. And I think that today, at the Academy, the 24th of March 2022, I don't think her ideas would be comprehensible. I keep hearing all the time that you are being too emotional, too personal. You cannot speak through your experience. And this is exactly what she said 30 years ago. That's the best practice you should follow in a ladder-like structure, whether it's the academy or universities. It follows the pattern of a ladder. It's hierarchy, it's vertical. It's the center around which spaces are built, which are to be subordinated to the center. What bell hooks says is that speaking or language as such is so visible because language is so important. So we communicate using language. And change should start with the language. It's your first way to communicate with the other person and also with yourself. Language as a battlefield. That's how she portrays language. Experience. We talk through ourselves. It's us in relation to others, and specifically in relation to students. Personal, daily, transformed into a specialized form of knowledge. That's experience. She goes on to say that learning is a process of expanding freedom and liberation of everyone involved, which includes me. Just because I'm the leading person, and that's for lack of a better term, I don't like the word, or myself being referred to as the leading person, but sort of as an accompanying person. I experience in my contacts with students, according to the good practices by bell hooks, I should be experiencing the process of expanding and liberation of everyone involved. However, criteria have to be met. And here's a quote from bell hooks. Our work is not just to pass on information, but to develop our students intellectually and spiritually. Moving on.
And bell hooks states that classroom or lecture room has to be something exciting, where this excitement is being created with the common joint effort of people and of subjects and of forms of teaching and institution and places. Education is not a passive consumption, it's an active process. It's mutual interchange with breaking changes of myself. So where are we now? Let's think about it. And the starting point and the most important objective of education should be to get the ability of critical thinking and critical awareness. Critical reflection and awareness will lead to transformation of myself. Critical reflection has to be about interrelated forms of oppression making our position and behavior. We have to learn how to think by creating knowledge located with all its dimensions, your gender, social class, race, ethnicity, and stereotypes. Change of us is the beginning of the change of the unjust world. And here in the text of bell hooks, we have some leading words which characterize the position of bell hooks. Her awareness, this is her involvement, knowledge, responsibility, respect, and trust. But these are not abstract notions, abstract words. Bell hooks focused on what seems to be abstract to introduce it into praxis so that it would really happen in our daily behavior and daily work. Involve pedagogy as place when we love to teach and be taught. So I can present this kind of argument to the authorities of our academy, that love is important in relations between people, between me and students. Some issues of involved education. This is underestimation of the role of education and learning. In the case of academy teachers, they are less important aspects of their professional career. Post-colonialism, adopting principles from the Anglo-Saxon world and forgetting about their own tradition of understanding education. Also, commercialization of education and science. And here explanation, very harmful assumptions, reduced value of personal interactions and hyper-individualism, taking that oppression and discrimination are maintained by people, not by the system, treating academy as corporation, which is driven by the logics of competition, and focusing on indexes and results, practical issues with actual location of learning people, the class, history of life, and obligations outside the education, etc. Some questions which bell hooks poses. The questions which we need to pose to ourselves and which should find answers to those, such as what kind of tools, teaching tools, should we use to take care of well-being of everybody, treating everybody as people with a defined character and intellectual character. What can we do when transgression and expanding of freedom comes in coalition with the limits of freedom of other people, and how to reach broader community. And this is the end of my first part. How much time do I have left? So it has been the first part, and now I would like to present briefly what we are doing, what we have done in the Academy of Fine Arts in Gdansk. And as I see it, as I understand it, they are built on the positive practices. So I think that to the authority or system, authorities and system, they are well integrated with the negative practices, I'm afraid. So the other side would call these practices as the wrong ones or negative ones. But my conviction is that what we are doing is right, is needed, and that's it really. And we act. I called this part of calendarium of good practices. A couple of years ago, we had this issue of feminatives. We were talking a lot about it with Iwona Demko. And I was talking to Mariusz Wrona because he was making the website, that we should use the feminatives in the context of teachers. So I suggested we should use feminative forms for teachers. It was accepted very quickly. I was really surprised that on the next day we had these feminative forms, and I believed it was a huge success story. I was really happy with it. But here I want to show you what Jacek Staniszewski was telling about. We had an initiative to protest against the law, Govin 2.0. We wrote a letter which was signed by 1/20th part of people working at the academy, and I sent it to everybody. It's not that I have forgotten about someone, no. And Jacek Staniszewski made this visualization. We wanted to produce a banner, but we did not receive permit to do so, to put it on. So he had his visualization, and it was very suggestive. Someone from the ministry reacted to it, Sashin, I believe. He responded or reacted. He asked whether this banner really was on the walls, and Jacek, he put in these banners on the building of the university in Toruń. Here you see the letter of support. We had posters and the list of names of people who signed this letter. It was no to Govin's law. And I was a moderator of the Feminist Creative Act, which is called FAK in Polish. It was made of young people who were students here in the Academy of Fine Arts, but also other people, because it was an open organization. Everybody could join. Every person who wanted to join us. We wrote a manifesto, which is this characteristic of FAC. You may read it on the screen. We wanted this organization to be inclusive, to be empathic, to perform good strategies. FAC is now kind of suspended just by itself because the energy of the group has burnt out. But it's not crossed out. We simply suspended the actions under FAC. Maybe it will come back. Together with Jacek Staniszewski, not as anarcho or no opposition, but here Jacek Staniszewski and Kasia Lemendowska, we have organized a campaign on what was happening in Toruń, at the university in Toruń. I'm talking a lot about it because I used to work there. I live in Toruń, so I know the situation. It was about one professor who was a homophobic, total homophobic. What was his name? Nalaskowski, Professor Nalaskowski. We came there, we went there, we put all those posters at the place where he worked. Our posters were removed really quickly, but we did something else. I don't have a picture here, I couldn't find it. But during the inauguration of the academic year in Toruń, we entered the inauguration. We unrolled huge banner that we will not agree on hatred. And three people in front of us who defined themselves who are homosexual, they also put on the rainbow flag. We were keeping this banner, the four of us, me, Jacek, two other girls, activists from Toruń, Danusia, who is 70 years old, and she's going out to the streets all the time, and another friend of ours. And these three people who were students in Toruń, only one person joined us. It was unbelievable to us that nobody really responded. Just one girl joined us, and she was with us. Death of the Patriarchy, very important publication to me, to artistic, a completely collective work. You see at the bottom, you have names of people or groups of artistic activist group who took part in making the death of patriarchy, writing it. We have collected over 80 anti-patriarchy manifestos, which are the very essence of what world we operate in. Different people. People who were involved in art, people who had nothing to do with art. I encourage you to visit the website. It's available in PDF. But the paper copy is also very good. I'm really proud of it. It's the most important publication which I participated in. And we also organized a campaign together with Jacek Staniszewski. It is in Toruń. The manifestos which had been printed. It was pandemics, nothing was really happening on these walls, and these manifestos they were there in Bydgoskie, part of the city. And I was really surprised that these posters remained. My manifesto disappeared way quicker because it was, well, I guess, more aggressive than this one. It was translation of John Cage's poem. We also organized a campaign on death to patriarchy in Bydgoszcz as the anarcho-porno opposition group. We were reading the pieces of the manifestos. Together with Robert Suchacki and Wiera Morawiew, we have put Death of the Patriarchy in Sopot, this visualization of the title on the walls of buildings. And Death of Patriarchy was concluded by a major exposition of all these manifesto, an important performance on also about what was happening on the Polish-Belarus border. Three artists organized this event. It was 2 months ago here in the Academy of Fine Arts in Gdańsk. And at the very end of it, we had a conference, a very specific type of conference. It was like a circle of women who met, and we were talking about these empowerment strategies. I felt a lot of power after meeting the women, and I was talking to people who took part in the events, and we had very similar feelings about it. Here we see another campaign during the inauguration. We had a silent protest, several people, about the situation on the border between Poland and Belarus. I brought Auschwitz did not come from nothing. Well, not many people joined us, no. Not many people joined the campaign. Marina was talking about it very clearly, that white refugee is better than a refugee with dark skin or Muslim refugee. And this is, we see it, we experience it. And also we had a very interesting campaign, important campaign, about censorship of a student from Katowice. His diploma got very high grades, and Katowice school suggested to put it one of the best diplomas, and then they withdrew from this idea because they decided it was too political, too dangerous, and Pablo, in protest, has put it to his body. These are the stains of blood, his blood, and we organized this campaign because this is where the diploma came. Young people came, read out the manifestos which were against this type of policy. And I received the diploma as a present. And here about some choices of Mr. Jankowski. Jankowski is director of Zachęta Art Gallery in Warsaw. It was during the first year, repeating this gesture after Rzepecki. Here is the picture from the well, it's about torture which are systematically imposed on women after yet another woman died, because the system has prohibited the abortion. Ania Kalwaitis' action, artistic campaign, and these are filtered via the good practices. Ania Kalwaitis organized the performance. She's a very empathic artist. She responds very quickly to what's happening around us, and very bad things are happening around us, obviously. And one interesting story, because when she was organizing the performance, the doorman, when he saw her, he wouldn't let her out. She had her hands in paint, so she started to hit the glass with huge probability for this glass to be crushed. And I don't know who'd pay for that. But the doorman, I quote, he said, "You cannot go out to the street because you would bring shame to the Academy of Fine Arts. A woman should be silent," because the artist was referring to this motto, "A woman, you can't be silent, you had be." But he told her that she should be silent. He let her out. But then on the street, there were interesting things happening on the street. I'm almost there, yes. And here you see something which Edyta and Jacek were telling about. It's about Christmas cards. We have used works of Jacek in Toruń's activities. We were sending these Christmas cards with a text. It's about what is our attitude to refugees. And fantastic project here you see, telling about women from across the world, fighting women, women who fight for someone else, who are dead, who are murdered by a system, by the system. And Jacek took care of the graphics. Okay, so that's everything from me. So here is my final slide. I want to talk about censorship, which we encountered yesterday. Together with Dora Fredzińska and several other people, we planned to organize an exhibition about forest. It would be about what's happening in the Polish-Belarusian border in Bydgoszcz. And several days just before opening the exhibition, we received information that absolutely no, they would not agree, that they would break cooperation with us. So my feeling is that I live in a very racial country, that Poland is a country which is terrible, absolutely terrible. But we are here to fight against this evil. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The mic. Stop shot us. Thank you, Kasia, for this important speech. You also referred to a lot of problems that we are facing currently in Poland, not only in Poland, but I think that especially here we observe this movement towards, let's say, right-wing politics. And from the one hand, we have a lot of feminist initiative, and they are even stronger now. But from the other hand, unfortunately, the patriarchy is still strong. And now I would like to introduce the last the last person the last speaker of this panel, Irena Zieniewicz, and she will introduce us her own artistic practice as well as the documentation and some reflections about the workshop she organized in Kenya with women from the Fanny University. And the title of her speech is Empathy as a Factor Determining Creative and Didactic Work in the Context of an Individual Artistic and Didactic Path.
Thank you for this introduction. In my very short presentation, I wish to show two ways which, the two things which are connected with the subject I want to take up. The first path is this individual creation path, and I want to show a couple of my works which I have made during the recent years. And in my second part, I want to tell you about the project about empathy in the context of the project which I did in Szczecin. And I believe it's pretty interesting. It is interestingly related with the subject of this conference. And the subject I have selected is about empathy. This subject, which is of key importance when I think about women and when I think about women in the Academy of Fine Arts. So empathy as the factor which determine creative and didactic work. Some basic information. I have graduated from the Academy of Fine Arts in Łódź. I studied at graphics and painting and sculpture faculty. In my creation, I combine different media, but in thematic, I'm between socially involved art. And on the next slides, I just want to show several works which I've made and which are, well, they are about me as a student, a graduate, and also I'm now a lecturer at the university. So let us begin with the theory of sight, which is about transposition of the text of Władysław Strzemiński into the Braille alphabet. And in this work, I wanted to expand the sensual reception of art. And it was also my private attempt to take up the legacy of Władysław Strzemiński, which we have to do at this university. The next project, which would expand the sensual reception of art, was my work, which was called The Speech of Hatred. So it was about the hate speech. The project researched relations between sound and object. It was a transposition of sound waves from the hate speech present on the internet, and it was it was transformed into object which I made in chocolate. My intention was to show the way how the recipients are fed with the hate speech. Another project is really important. It would be very important to date it because the project was made in 2017. While in the context of what's happening now that we have war going on, it may be interpreted in a different way. The work is called Welcome. It was an installation, sound installation, which was a transposition of the European Convention of Human Rights into Esperanto language. So combination of this noble idea of Ludwig Zamenhof, who tried to come up with a universal medium which would help in international contacts with the basic document which should determine the attitudes of people. It was my private voice in the debate on accepting or non-accepting refugees. My individual referring to this subject. This work was made in 2020. The title is Non-Place, which is referring to the definition of non-places, the spaces which have which cannot be defined as identity places or historical places, nor as relation places. In this work, the shapes which are replied, these are parts of the map of Poland, while in this key places, you have centers for refugees in Poland, which in 2020 were very few. Now we have a lot of them. But what I meant to show is to show the illusionary space and to underline the places where we had people who came to Poland. The line elements which combine these places refer with coloring and form to gates. And the final part which I want to show you is the project developed for photo festival previous year. It's called Hysterium. And the project researched the syndrome of given up, the syndrome which children have, children who stay in the refugee centers, the stress coming from the deportation fear. And the children are like in a sleeping mode, coming from this inability to function, to operate in a permanent stress. What I showed at the exhibition were several objects of interconnected roads and time and space installations. There was also some video work accompanying this. And that was the final project that I wanted to present to you to talk about the work I've done. And now I would like to move on to empathy in the context of institutions, an event that I participated in last year, the Duos Festival, which is an undertaking developed by Zorka Wolny. She ran edition 1 and 2, and I'm going to talk about 2 because that's where I was. So the first edition was with Łukasz Jasturczak, and the other one was with Chiro G, a Kenyan artist. Transcultural perspectives in art and artistic education. Aleksandra Łukaszewicz-Alcaraz is the curator. It is about cooperation, symmetry, co-participation. Cooperation is because we were to work together
with artists from Kilipi, Kenya's east side, and 8 artists from Poland went for a month's stay in Kenya to work with Kenyan female artists on workshops, designs, and to deliver artistic work. And between October and November, there was a revisit, and the artists from the first edition came to Szczecin. We worked on more projects together. Now I'm going to focus on the second edition of the festival. The topic was the power of women, and the symbolic heroine of the festival was Mekatilili van Menza, a freedom fighter representing the Mijikenda peoples, specifically Mirikama tribe. Together with students from the Pwani University, with which TP partnered, we focused on reinforcing the position of women through culture and art. Now quickly about Metakilili and what made her so important in the context of reinforcing women's position. Mekatilili, during a public statement by a colonial administrator, she objected to men and boys being recruited to the British army. She also opposes the construction of roads running across holy forests, and she was also against taxation. And when she opposes, she is very outspoken, and she was the first black woman to hit a white man on the cheeks, and that carried a big risk of restrictions. But what it showed is that you can go against a man and a white man on top of everything. So based on this history, together with the participants, we decided to reinforce women's awareness and help grow it. Now this slide shows the recruitment. Many students were willing to be part of the festival, but in each group we worked with several students. So we had some sort of recruitment interviews. We asked students to present themselves, and then we would pick the most suitable candidates. Myself and my artistic partner, Shiru Karimi, worked on a textile installation. Shiru is an artist involved in natural dyeing of textiles. I focused on textile printing. We joined forces and competences to show students how to work with this medium. This shows you how this was all put together. This was a site-specific installation in public space, and also an exhibition of the work of the students. So that was the installation in Kenya, and it's now in the city of Szczecin in Poland when we were visited by Kenyan artists. And now a short summary. What is the future perspective? What's it all for? And what may be the consequences or the effects? The experiments, the practices, workshops, and artistic works will be very helpful for the team. who um, deal with education, and so they will help the university in Kenya to develop a new methodology. The university is considering adding a faculty of art. As artists and teachers, we had two key questions: how to teach art in the local context and how to teach a contemporary art while respecting the local needs and the needs of the market. This is very much an open question. We are planning new workshops and new visits to Poland and to Kenya. I think this has great potential and it's a very interesting project, both for Poland and Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irena. So now we have time for questions, and when I was listening to your presentation, I think the most important word that appeared in all your speeches was empathy, and I think that that's very important word that we can base our further actions on empathy, and we should start from empathy, and we should take into account that we are looking on the world from the specific position. So I have one question to you, Marina, about Muslim contemporary. As I mentioned, I had a chance to see this wonderful and very strong and very powerful exhibition. And when I try to compare the situation about the tolerance, about the situation related to the problems of discrimination, I have an impression that in Vienna it's much more better, and that Vienna is much more open. I don't know how is it in other part of Austria, because I think that might be different. But what was surprising for me, that you mentioned that you couldn't find a place for this exhibition, that you decided to do it at the Academy of Fine Arts because it was impossible to find the other place outside the university.
Yes, thank you for this comment, also this question. Yeah, I think the idea of tolerance is a little bit to be put under question. What I want to say is, yes, it is a tolerant city, but it has troubles with whom it's practicing this tolerance. And we see that the whole European Union has a big trouble with whom to share this tolerance. Because now with the war in Ukraine, this senseless war of destruction and suffering of common people, we see also that is almost like a triage at the border, and that there you see the reality of this racist, really divisional logic. So this is telling to us that on the surface it's a certain common place of humanity, but in the materialistic way, that means way of intervention, it's not the case. So when Asma with her concept approached me, and she devised the concept and put the things on the feet, understood the importance to go back to 9 of November 2020 and to reflect what was happening, because we did this 1 year after, then it was was a feeling that the space had problems with precisely this not knowing exactly what to do, and a certain fear of without knowing the communities, and these are communities that are formed by positions that were not only immigrants but second and third generations, those who live and was born and are part of the society. So this it's a big segregation on the perception. Is the same is with the black community. So the things are much bigger. Also people of color, and because of this, in the end, was actually fantastic because the academy took this offer and gave us the possibility to have the project. And this was a process, I will say, of reflections for all of us inside the institution. And the institution in itself proved to be very surprised, but also very empathic, now I can use this word, toward the possibilities, and to my knowledge, not only that the separate will be published in Poland regarding the exhibition and the whole project, that is a wonderful gesture, I must say, of your academy, but also part of your big and important journal that you publish, I think, yearly or maybe twice a year, but also that in the Academy of Fine Arts Vienna, we are now having the idea, Asma informed me of the possibility to continue and even expand on this topic. Why is this topic so important? Why it's so important to actually talk about different communities and not to just take them as an ethnological decoration, because they are part of the society. The civil society is brought together by all these communities, and they cannot be just seen as some kind of cultural diversity, what I call cultural racism. We should think about their political status, their, I will say, emancipatory potentials that they bring for us.
Yes, thank you, Marina. And I have another thought about this exhibition. What struck me a lot in this exhibition, there was one work where they were used the leaflets, anti-Muslim leaflets, especially produced by right-wing parties. If I well remember, not only in Austria, but in the Western world, and almost everywhere the image of a woman appeared. But it was a very specific image of a woman, of course, covered woman, and this image was used as a tool of making fear in people. So once again, the image of a woman was used for a kind of propaganda, as a kind of object of an object.
Yes, a very good point. Thank you very much. This was the work by Neda Hossenaer. She already finished and got her diploma. She was also studying in the post-conceptual art studio, and this work was as a diploma work also one of the most impressive works in terms of researching the visuality of racism. What she did was really to make, to detect through the European Union precisely what you explained very good, a certain double cynical logic, saying, you see, the oppression of women in other cultures, in Muslim culture specifically, being in a headscarf, in the burqa, and so on. This is something that we, the Occident, will not tolerate because we want our women, I will say, to make a joke, white and naked. That is another paradox. So it's a misusage on both sides, and the woman image was used like always because in EU, in the chauvinist patriarchal regime that is purely central also to former Eastern Europe, the objectification of women bodies to use as a banner against other bodies, it's very present. So the emancipation is then given on the reversal, and this is what I was talking, that for us it's very important to understand that emancipation of the white women on the preposition to be white and naked, because then you will not be covered, is absolutely not emancipation. It's a misusage on the other side, not to be against being naked, but because it's actually a perversion. So it's a standards of political usage for pure manipulation. So in this way, she proved that it was unbelievable symptom from Switzerland to Poland to all, especially German-speaking countries. This image was appearing through the whole years and years, and it was playing a role, and I think it's playing even now a very huge role in order to make this triage, this horrible word, where you actually cut the body and say this body is of color and it's a Muslim, they cannot be ours refugees because we can recognize our refugees and we will give them our support. This is one of the most brutal reality of Europe in this present moment. It's something so brutal that shows how this Eurocentrism connected with colonialism, but also other forms of racism. I mean, Europe is anti-Semitic, we know this. Historically, we have this very clearly in front of us. It's chauvinistic, it's racist, it's anti-black racism pure, anti-Asian racism that change, but in different format. This is showing to us that we are living in the time of new media technologies and big rhetorics, but we are actually bound to this feudalistic mental space of the nation state, of a heroic violent nationalism that is actually embraced by almost everybody and the institutions, women and men. You had a case, a trans Ukrainian woman, trans woman coming from Ukraine was denied the possibility to enter Poland, I think, and was sent back again because they are so phobic, like Poland is, and other countries of former Eastern Europe against the LGBTQE plus community, not to talk about the black community. So this is something that we should be looking with open eyes, not shut wide eyes, but open.
Yes, exactly. You are right that now we see even more visible this division between, let's say, our refugees that are similar to us, that especially in Poland, that speak very similar language like Ukrainian refugees. But this division is visible because people who lived in Ukraine but don't have Ukraine, they are not the citizens of Ukraine, they have only the card of temporary stay there, still have a problem to cross the border, or they have less privilege in Poland even if they manage to cross the border. We could talk a lot about it, but maybe there are some questions from the audience to our speakers. There is a comment from Iwona Demko in Polish.
Ja przepraszam, że trochę przekieruję rozmowę.
Apologies, but I'll try and redirect the conversation, which is not to say that I don't respect what's been said so far, but I would like to refer to what Dr. Katarzyna Lewandowska said,
ponieważ Katarzyna powiedziała coś bardzo ważnego.
Katarzyna said something really important, and I
Powtórzyła,
just want to reiterate this.
przytoczyła wypowiedzi Bell Hooks, o której ja wkrótce
Bell Hooks, somehow I forgot all about her. It's time to revisit her book. I did read it some time ago, but I must have forgotten a lot. But anyway, you mentioned bell hooks, and there was something really important there. Something I've been carrying with ever since my diploma, which is the language we use at the Academy. And it's something I've been trying to fight ever since my diploma. In my theoretical work, I decided to write my diary because I thought if it's my diary, I can use vulgar words and it'll be acceptable, and I can use ordinary colloquial language. And it's really important to use a language which is simple, easy to understand. The academic language was developed by patriarchy, and the idea there is to have a hierarchy where there is a small group and no one else can join it. And we seem to be stuck in that tradition, and we function like this just because it's now widely accepted that to use simple language is not professional. So who will have the courage to not be professional if you're at the academy? In my PhD, one of the reviewers, looking at it, said I used Claudia's language, and Claudia is the name of a women's magazine. And actually, I was very happy to hear this. I was quite delighted, and to me that was a compliment. So that's really important. Another unprofessional thing, which is claimed to be unprofessional, is the inclusion of your personal experience, where you will say I, myself, but it's not an ego-centered I. It's not about me, myself, and I, like it's all about me, egocentric. No, rather than that, it's about talking about your experience, weaknesses, failures, mistakes. And that's something I don't see at the Academy. There's a real shortage of that for me, and I'm trying to fight this. There's something else I wanted to say, but I forgot what it was. Right, thank you.
So I have also the question to our last speaker, Irena Zieniewicz, and I would like to ask you about what you mentioned in your speech, that how to construct the education, how to teach when you are coming to the other country, especially to such a country like Kenya, how to think about the education with the respect to the local context and to local culture. And I would like to ask you about your experience, about your work experience with the artists from Kenya. If you can say us a few words, because you mentioned about the construction of this project, but how it was when you were there, what were the challenges, or how was this cooperation?
Od kwestii edukacyjnej.
I'll start
Myślę,
with
że w Kenii
education.
że ten
In
problem
Kenya,
leży u podstaw
this is
i leży
the
w
actual
najbardziej podstawowej
founding
liczbie,
problem.
a mianowicie edukacja w Kenii jest w pełni płatna.
Education in
Płatna
Kenya
jest każdego dnia, każde dziecko
is for a
dorosłe
fee.
musi mieć
Every
przygotowaną,
single day, kids going to
pewną
school
sumę
have to have a sum of money with them
za ten jeden dzień
so
edukacji.
that they can pay for every
Myśląc
single day
o
of
tym, warto
education.
też wspomnieć, że
And
przez
when we
to
think about it and
w
we
dużej
talk
mierze
about it,
rozwija
one
się
thing to be remembered
problem
is that
więcej
this
prostytucji
leads
ze
to
względu na to,
child
że te dzieci,
prostitution
które nie mogą sobie pozwolić,
because the
rodzice,
kids
którzy nie
who
mogą sobie
are their
pozwolić
parents who can't afford
na edukację,
to send their kids to
te dzieci
school,
muszą przed zajęciami
those
szkolnymi
children,
udać się do
before they go
osób,
to
które te
school, they have to
pieniądze
go
im
to
oferują,
people
więc ten
who offer
rozwój,
them the
więc
money.
edukacja
So
wiąże się też z olbrzymimi
their
tragediami.
internal development and education a lot of
Podział i
times
też siła kobiet wiąże się też
involves
z tym, że
big
przede
tragedies.
wszystkim
What makes
edukuje się
women's
chłopców ze względu na to, że to chłopcy
so
później zarabiają
powerful,
pieniądze
it's, I mean,
w późniejszej
they don't get
części. Dlatego
to
my
be so
w pewnym,
powerful because
w
if
jedną z
anyone is
celów
to be educated, it's
wielokrotnie
usually boys.
wspierałyśmy
And that's why when we're in Kenya, we
miejsca,
support those
oferowały
places that offer
edukację darmową
education
lub też
which is free
będącą już dostępne dla
or at
tych
least
uboższych.
available for the poorer communities.
Przede wszystkim nasza rola,
And
oprócz
our role,
tej kwestii bardzo formalnej, technicznej, że pokazywałyśmy
obviously, we had this
różnego
formal
rodzaju
and
techniki
technical role to
artystyczne.
deliver because we
Naszą rolą było też
educated
bycie przykładem
students
i
on
to,
the
co
artistic
dzisiaj
techniques. But we
bardzo
also wanted
wielokrotnie
to serve
mówiliśmy w
as
kontekście
role
tego, że
models,
na
to show
akademiach
the way.
brakuje wykładowczyń, profesorek.
A lot of times we said the academies have a shortage of
Jeszcze
female
bardziej było
teachers,
istotne, bo my byliśmy tym
and
przykładem
that's an
pokazania,
even bigger
że
problem in
kobieta
Kenya
może być
because we
nauczycielem, a
could show
nauczyciel
there
jest bardzo
firsthand
prestiżową
that
funkcją
women can be
zawodową.
teachers, and being a teacher in
Ten
Kenya is
przykład
a very
dał też studentom,
prestigious
które
role. We also
pracowałyśmy,
showed,
nadzieję na to,
we
że
also gave hope
osiągniemy
to the
przyszłość,
students we
więc
worked with.
mówiąc
It gives them hope
bardzo idealistycznie
that
o tych
the
problemach,
future lies in their
rzeczywiście
hands.
tam to funkcjonowało w taki
And
sposób.
indeed, that's
Teraz nawiązując do
how
drugiego
things
pytania,
are in Kenya.
jak
Now,
było,
on to
przede
your second
wszystkim
question.
było inaczej.
How
Przede
were things?
wszystkim
Well, first of all, things were
byłyśmy przyzwyczajone do
different
infrastruktury
to what we're
akademickiej.
accustomed
Tam
to. Well,
do
number one,
infrastruktury
you're used to having some
musiałyśmy
infrastructure.
zbudować
Over there,
sobie same.
it was
Z
our
mojego
job to
punktu
build
widzenia
the
to było tyle
infrastructure
trudne, że
of a school.
że
What
jechałam
made
tam
it
z
difficult for me
nadzieją pokazania
is that
artystkom i studentom,
I
jak
went there
wygląda
hoping that
środowisko,
I'll be able to share
zdawałam
certain
sobie sprawę z tego, że
techniques
to może
with
być
the
trudne,
students there. I did
jednak zdawałam
realize
sobie
there might
sprawę
be
z
some
tego, że
difficulty. What I didn't
kwestie
realize,
ekologiczne będą
however,
tak trudne,
is that
kwestie tego, że
perhaps environmental
nie
issues
mam dostępu do
might be
bieżącej
such a
wody
burden, or
i w
things
jaki
such as there
sposób
is no running
mogę okazać
water.
technikę, która
So, how
jest
can I show
bardzo
them a
wymagająca pod
technique which
względem,
is so demanding
właśnie takich
in terms of
podstawowych
access to
zasobów.
the very basic things?
To było trudne, ale też
So, that was really
można było temu
difficult,
przeciwdziałać,
but there
a
were
praca w
ways
Afryce
around it.
daje taką
And working in
energię,
Africa
takiego,
gives
żeby
you
wymyślać
energy
metody niestandardowe,
to come up with non-standard
mieszkańcy
solutions.
Afryki bardzo
The
często
people of
wymyślają własne metody,
Africa
własne sposoby
have their
rozwiązywania
own
problemów,
ways and methods
bardzo szybko
to solve
reagują na
problems.
przeciwności
They
i tworzą
respond
alternatywne
quickly
sposoby wykorzystania
to
tego,
hurdles
co
and
co
come up
my
with alternative
uzyskaliśmy,
ways
przywożąc również
to deal with what we're teaching them. And we're happy to offer them some alternative equipment because we left it behind, and all the equipment is there for the students to use.
This voice and for this explanation what the local context is, what does it can really mean, and how different can be this reality comparing to our standards. Do we have next question?
Jedna odpowiedź o ten język,
About the language.
opowiadanie w sposób prosty
Using simple language
opowiadanie w sposób kolokwialny.
is not the same as using colloquial language, right?
I have questions to Marina Grzinic. Hello, Marina. And because you are working in your studio at the Academy in Vienna, in a multinational milieu, in a multinational environment. So can you tell us maybe something about your method of working in such a multinational group of students, this dialectic between many cultures, and how the post-conceptual practices can help you in this work, help you to deal with this multinational community?
Oh, this is a wonderful question. Thank you so much. The work it's actually it's going out of this anthropological, I will say, point of view. So it's many positions, but what connects us? As we are connected through something that can be defined as a political history. So having a history of art and activism and the way of how this is developed, and also understanding that making art, it's not coming only from the bowel, and it's not only coming through just trying to understand who I am, this is me, I am talking about me, because you have to ask why me or you, the person who says, I want to talk about me, my reflection, why this person is even important? It's millions of those who can be instead. So it's a very big question to understand these formats of discourses and interventions, but also to see them historically, and even more maybe to understand that art was always a social practice. Today it's even more connected brutally with the institution. It's connected with the art market, and to understand these connections and the power regime that is pressing on art, it's one of our main line. When you know this and you can see these different cultures and also the localities of them, but you see also that art is absolutely not innocent, that art with the mechanisms of power being part of the institution, it's a power system, then you empowered yourself. Somebody before used this wonderful word of empowerment. So empowerment is one of the key things. Also not to make privileges in terms, and I agree with you, being simple doesn't mean to be colloquial, but simple, it's connected with a certain set of knowledge. So many works in the night, in the day, they works in the morning. Democratization of the academies means precisely this. Less rich maybe, but those who are there, they have to survive. So others maybe are not having these problems. They come, they have small workshops, they cook in the evening, they read text, and so on. If you work 8 hours in order to survive, it's very difficult to have a time to go and read Kant, though I don't advise, or to read some big historical things about aesthetics. So It's very important to empower yourself and take text and important histories of art, practices, and actually really democratize them. Put them into particles, dive into them. And this is what actually is one of the main point of what conceptual art is being clear that is a social and political practice is doing. It's activist, but also to be open. Nobody knows what will be the art of the tomorrow. We don't know this. Uh, this is what history proves. Many were put in almost in prison. Others were was dying without anything. Uh, but also we have cases when you think and you connect while you are saying, no, I don't want to have any connections with politics, the social, but actually your art is the most ideological, the most violent, because it's connected with completely right-wing thoughts. It's egoistic. It's just believing that you are the only one in the world, that you only matters. I said, you have to earn why you will matter. Earn this. That means you have to be very clear what is your relations with the community, where you stand, for whom you talk, whom you actually make human and whom you don't see as human, and why your humanity is bigger and more valuable than any other. So this will be my kind of point of view.
Yeah, thank you, Maria, for this powerful conclusion that we should create community. We should think about the empathy, and we should act with empathy. So we should strengthen so-called female values. But when I say female, I mean that not, of course, not every woman respects it, but there are these, let's say, female values in the culture that were suppressed for many, many years or even ages. So thank you so much for everyone. Thank you, Marina, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I forgot to say in the beginning because we were so pressed by time. Thank you so much, Anka, for this and all others who are with you. It's a wonderful initiative, and I really appreciate.
Yeah, so thank you also for our translators and also for our technical support. I think there were wonderful 2 days and very inspiring, and I hope that we will continue and we will develop the collaboration in the future. But we should... Coś jeszcze? Mamy... Okay, so we will. So I think that we should finish now, and we still have some hot discussions, but unfortunately we cannot continue officially. So thank you so much. Thank you also for all people who were watching us in the internet. Dziękuję. Thank you.